What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Harry FLAX. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Amelia Bones secretly watched Harry since age 5 and fell in love, then discovered Dumbledore's 23 illegal tracking spells? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, The Watcher's Oath. Amelia Bones slammed the file drawer shut with enough force to make her inkwell rattle. 3 hours of searching through the Ministry archives, and she still couldn't find what she was looking for. The placement records for Harry Potter should have been right there, between magical orphans, war victims, and underage magical protection statutes. Bloody bureaucracy, she muttered, pushing a strand of her short, practical brown hair behind her ear. At 31, Amelia had already clawed her way to the upper ranks of magical law enforcement, and she hadn't done it by accepting convenient gaps in paperwork. Especially not when those gaps concerned the most famous magical child in Britain. She checked her watch, nearly midnight. The Ministry had emptied hours ago, which was precisely why she'd chosen this time. Questions about Harry Potter tended to attract attention she didn't want. Not yet, anyway. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Working late again, Madam Bones? The night watchman, Perkins, stood in the doorway with a cup of tea in his hand. Amelia straightened up and forced a smile. Just tying up loose ends from the Rowell case. Perkins nodded, not entirely convinced. Been at it since dinner, haven't you? The minister himself left 4 hours ago. That's why I'll have his job someday, she replied with a wink that made the older wizard chuckle. Once he'd shuffled away, Amelia slumped back in her chair. 5 years. It had been 5 years since James and Lily Potter were murdered, since baby Harry had somehow defeated the darkest wizard in a generation, since the celebrations had rocked the wizarding world. And in all that time, nobody, not one single person in the Ministry, had filed a follow-up report on the boy who lived. Something's not right, she whispered to herself. With her brother Edgar and his family murdered by Death Eaters, Amelia knew better than most what happened when the Ministry looked the other way. She gathered her cloak and headed for the atrium. If the Ministry didn't have the records, she'd have to try another angle. And she knew exactly where to start. Surrey in November was dismal, all bare trees and damp cold that seeped through Amelia's Ministry standard warming charms. She'd transfigured her robes into a sensible muggle overcoat and slacks, but still felt conspicuous standing across the street from number 4, Privet Drive. The house looked painfully ordinary. Tidy lawn despite the season. Gleaming car in the drive. Curtains perfectly aligned in the windows. Amelia cast a disillusionment charm and checked her watch. 3:17 p.m. According to her research, the Desley boy attended the local primary school, which meant. Right on cue, a horse-faced woman appeared, leading a round blonde boy who was already tearing into a chocolate bar. Petunia and Dudley Desley. But no Harry Potter. Strange. From what little she'd gathered from Dumbledore's brief statement to the Wizengamot years ago, Harry lived with his aunt and uncle. Shouldn't he be coming home from school too? She waited 15 more minutes before the front door opened again. A small, painfully thin boy slipped out and headed toward the back garden, carrying what looked like gardening tools. Even from across the street, Amelia could see he wore clothes several sizes too large, the sleeves rolled up multiple times just so he could use his hands. Merlin's beard, she whispered. This scrawny child was Harry Potter. The savior of the wizarding world was pulling weeds in freezing weather while his cousin presumably sat warm inside. Without thinking, she cast a mild warming charm toward the boy. He paused momentarily, looking confused at the sudden respite from the cold, then went back to his work with a small shrug. Amelia's jaw clenched. This required more investigation. Absolutely not, Amelia. The matter is closed. Albus Dumbledore's blue eyes lacked their usual twinkle as he regarded her across his desk at Hogwarts. Outside the window, snow was beginning to fall on the castle grounds. With all due respect, Headmaster, as head of magical law enforcement, I have a duty to ensure the welfare of magical children. Especially those orphaned during the war. Harry Potter is perfectly safe where he is, Dumbledore replied, steepling his fingers. Blood wards provide protection no ministry safehouse could match. Amelia leaned forward. I've visited Privet Drive 3 times in the past week. That boy is not thriving, Albus. He's small for his age, clearly underfed, and from what I observed, treated more like a house elf than a child. Something flashed across Dumbledore's face, concern. Irritation. It was gone too quickly to tell. Your dedication is commendable, he said smoothly, but perhaps misdirected. Harry must remain with his blood relatives for his own protection. Surely the recent captures of Bellatrix Lestrange and her cohorts remind us that danger still lurks. So we leave him to be neglected because it's convenient? Amelia challenged. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I assure you, I have someone watching over Harry. Who? A trusted associate who reports to me directly. That's not an answer, Albus, and you know it. Amelia stood, gathering her notes. I'll be submitting a formal request for a welfare check. Dumbledore's smile didn't reach his eyes. And I'll be exercising my authority as Chief Warlock to deny it. For Harry's safety, of course. As Amelia left the castle, snow crunching under her boots, she couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore was hiding something much bigger than just reluctance to disturb the Dursleys. The Department of Mysteries wasn't technically off-limits to someone of Amelia's rank, but her presence there still raised eyebrows, exactly why she'd come at 2 a.m. on a Sunday. Didn't expect to see you down here, Madam Bones, said unspeakable Croaker, emerging from the shadows like he'd been part of them. Especially not at this hour. Official business, Croaker. Need to check something in the records of magical guardianship. Croaker raised an eyebrow but didn't protest as she followed him through the labyrinthine department. Anything specific I can help locate? I can manage, she replied, keeping her tone casual. Just routine verification for an upcoming trial. He left her in a circular room lined with black cabinets, each drawer labeled with silver letters that seemed to shift if you looked at them too directly. Once alone, Amelia moved quickly to the cabinet marked Potter. What she found inside made her blood run cold. The file was thick, much thicker than it should have been for a simple guardianship record. Inside were parchments covered in complex spell diagrams, all centered around Harry Potter. Monitoring charms, tracking spells, magic suppressors, loyalty enhancers, memory blocks. 23 separate enchantments, all keyed to Albus Dumbledore, all placed without ministry approval, all highly illegal. Bloody hell, she whispered, copying the documents with a quick duplication spell. This wasn't protection, this was control. As she slipped the copies into her robes, a realization hit her. If these spells were active, Dumbledore would know she'd been watching Harry. Unless. She thumbed through the parchments until she found what she was looking for, the monitoring ward centered on Privet Drive. It was keyed to detect magical signatures approaching the house. With careful precision, Amelia began to modify the copies, creating a blueprint for a counterspell. She wasn't just going to watch over Harry Potter now, she was going to have to shield him from his supposed protector as well. You're certain about this, Amelia? Augusta Longbottom peered at her over a cup of tea, her vulture-topped hat wobbling precariously. These are serious accusations against a man many consider above reproach. Amelia slid the documents across the table. They sat in Augusta's solarium, early morning light streaming through enchanted windows that displayed perfect spring weather despite the December frost outside. See for yourself. Memory suppression, magical binding, emotional influence charms, all placed on a child. On Harry Potter. Augusta's face hardened as she examined the parchments. As regent of the noble house of Longbottom and guardian of her grandson Neville, she understood the legal and ethical implications immediately. This goes beyond the pale, Augusta finally said, setting down the papers with a hand that trembled slightly. If this were my Neville. Exactly why I came to you, Amelia replied. I need allies, Augusta. People I can trust who have influence. What do you intend to do? Go to the Wizengamot? Dumbledore controls most of the votes. Amelia shook her head. Not yet. Direct confrontation would only drive him to cover his tracks. First, I need to neutralize some of these spells without him knowing, establish my own monitoring, make sure Harry is safe. Augusta studied her for a long moment. This path puts you directly against Albus Dumbledore. Your career, hang my career, Amelia interrupted, surprising herself with the vehemence in her voice. I watched that boy pulling weeds in freezing weather while wearing clothes that could fit a young troll. I saw the way he flinched when his uncle raised his voice. And now I find out he's essentially magical prisoner. No. Some things matter more than career advancement. A small, approving smile crossed Augusta's stern features. Very well. The Longbottom family stands with you. What do you need? Political cover, for now. And perhaps access to some of your family's more obscure magical texts on countering monitoring charms. Augusta nodded, then hesitated. There's one more person you should consider bringing into your confidence. Someone already positioned to help. Who? Arabella Figg. She lives near the Dursleys. Dumbledore placed her there years ago to keep an eye on things. Amelia stiffened. She works for Dumbledore. She's loyal to the right cause, not necessarily to any one wizard, Augusta replied carefully. And if what you've shown me is true, she may be as disturbed by it as we are. Arabella Figg's house smelled strongly of cats and cabbage. The squib woman poured tea with shaking hands, spilling some onto the doily-covered table. I shouldn't be talking to you, she muttered, glancing nervously at the window. Dumbledore was very clear, about keeping Harry safe, I'm sure, Amelia replied, declining a plate of rock-hard cookies. Is that happening, Mrs. Figg? Is Harry Potter safe and well cared for? Arabella's eyes darted away. He's alive. Protected from magical threats. And non-magical ones? What about neglect, Mrs. Figg? Emotional abuse? When was the last time you saw Harry smile? The older woman's face crumpled. I've told Dumbledore they're terrible to him. That boy wears his cousin's cast-offs, does all the chores, gets punished for things he can't control. But Albus just says it's necessary, that he mustn't be spoiled or grow up thinking he's special. And you believe that justifies what's happening? No. But what can I do? I'm just a squib, and Dumbledore placed illegal spells on the boy, Amelia finished, sliding the parchments across the table. Including ones to suppress his magic and memories. Arabella's eyes widened as she scanned the documents, understanding enough of the magical theory to grasp the implications. This can't be right. Albus wouldn't. He did. And I intend to undo it, but I'll need help. Someone who can access Harry regularly without raising suspicions. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the purring of a particularly fat tabby cat winding around Amelia's ankles. They leave him with me sometimes, Arabella finally said. When they go on outings they don't want to include him in. I've always made it boring for him, thought it would be safer if the Dursleys didn't think he enjoyed coming here. You could change that approach, Amelia suggested. Give him a safe space. And perhaps allow me to occasionally visit when he's here. Arabella straightened her shoulders, a new resolve in her eyes. I've watched that boy suffer for nearly 4 years, telling myself it was for the greater good. If Albus has been lying. She nodded firmly. Yes. I'll help you. January brought bitter cold and an opportunity Amelia had been waiting for. The Dursleys had left for a weekend trip to visit Vernon's sister, dumping Harry with Mrs. Figg despite the boy having a nasty cold. Amelia arrived at Arabella's house with a bag full of potions and a determination that made her magic practically crackle around her. He's sleeping, Arabella whispered, leading her to a small back room where Harry lay curled up on a sofa, a thin blanket pulled around his small frame. Even in sleep, his face looked pinched and too serious for a 5-year-old. Amelia crouched beside him, casting diagnostic charms that revealed what she'd feared: untreated bronchial inflammation, mild fever, and signs of chronic mild malnutrition. Muggles might not have immediately recognized these as serious, but any magical healer would have prescribed bed rest and potions days ago. "Harry," she said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Harry, I need you to wake up for a moment." Green eyes, Lily's eyes, blinked open, cloudy with fever and confusion. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice scratchy. "I'm a friend," Amelia replied, keeping her voice soft. "Mrs. Fig asked me to check on you because you're not feeling well. Would that be okay?" Harry looked warily between the two women before nodding slightly. "Good lad." "This might feel a bit strange," she warned, casting a more complex diagnostic spell that would reveal the magical bindings on him. The results made her breath catch. The parchments hadn't conveyed the full reality of what Dumbledore had done. Layer upon layer of spells wrapped around Harry's magical core like constricting vines, some so deeply embedded they'd begun to change how his innate magic functioned. "What's that light?" Harry asked, staring in fascination at the colorful aura the spell had made visible around him. "It's a special way of checking how sick you are," Amelia improvised. "And it looks like you need some medicine." She reached into her bag and pulled out a child's dose of pepper-up potion, modified to avoid the usual steam from the ears that would frighten a muggle-raised child. "This will help your cold. It doesn't taste very nice, but it works quickly." To her surprise, Harry took the vial without protest and swallowed the potion in one determined gulp, only wrinkling his nose slightly at the taste. "Thank you," he said with unexpected politeness. "You're very welcome." She hesitated, then asked, "Harry, do strange things ever happen around you? Things you can't explain?" His face immediately closed off, fear flashing in his eyes. "No. Nothing strange. I'm normal." The rehearsed quality of the denial broke something in Amelia's heart. "It's all right if they do," she said gently. "Special things happen around special children. It doesn't make you bad or freakish." Harry's eyes widened at the word, clearly one he'd heard before, but he remained silent, watching her with a wariness no child should possess. Amelia made a decision then. She couldn't remove all of Dumbledore's spells without alerting him, but she could weaken the suppressors enough to give Harry's natural magic room to breathe. "I'm going to help you feel better in another way too," she explained, drawing her wand. "Just stay still for a moment." She began a complex countercharm, targeting the magical suppression bindings without disturbing the monitoring spells. It required precision she'd normally only use in the most delicate aura operations, but gradually, she felt the bindings loosen. A soft gasp from Harry told her it was working. The faintest glow surrounded him briefly before fading. "Warm," he murmured, sounding surprised. "That's good," Amelia smiled. "That's very good, Harry. Now, one more potion to help you sleep, and you'll feel much better when you wake up." As she administered the dreamless sleep potion, she made another, silent vow. This was just the beginning. She would return, again and again if necessary, to undo what Dumbledore had done. Harry's eyes drifted closed, his breathing already easier from the potions. Before he fully succumbed to sleep, he whispered something that caught Amelia off guard. "Will you come back?" The naked hope in those 3 words nearly undid her professional composure. "Yes, Harry," she promised. "I'll come back." Over the next several months, Amelia established a careful routine. Every few weeks, she would visit Arabella Fig's house when Harry was there, gradually working to loosen Dumbledore's bindings without removing them completely. She brought healing potions disguised as vitamins and special, cold medicine, slowly addressing years of neglect. By summer, the changes in Harry were subtle but significant. He stood straighter. The perpetual shadows under his eyes had faded. His accidental magic, while still suppressed, was becoming more controlled rather than erupting in moments of stress. The boy actually smiled yesterday, Arabella reported during one of their planning sessions. Vernon was shouting about something, and a glass just happened to tip over onto his new shoes. Harry managed to control his reaction until he got to my house, then laughed for nearly 5 minutes. Amelia grinned. Good. He should be allowed small victories. Their operation had expanded carefully. Augusta Longbottom provided political cover, subtly redirecting any ministry inquiries about Harry Potter. Amelia had also cautiously approached Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born lawyer whose discretion she trusted, to begin building a legal case should it become necessary. But their most significant ally came from an unexpected quarter. Minerva McGonagall is here to see you, Amelia's secretary announced one Tuesday morning, looking puzzled. The deputy headmistress of Hogwarts rarely visited the ministry, let alone the DMLE. McGonagall swept in, closing the door with a flick of her wand and casting privacy charms before Amelia could even rise from her desk. I know what you're doing, Amelia, the older witch said without preamble. With Harry Potter. Amelia kept her expression neutral. I'm not sure what, oh, spare me, McGonagall interrupted, taking a seat. I've suspected something was wrong since the night Albus left that boy with those terrible muggles. I told him they were the worst sort, but he insisted the blood protection was worth it. She fixed Amelia with a penetrating stare. 3 days ago, one of Albus's silver instruments started malfunctioning. Something about Harry's magical signature changing. He's concerned enough to plan a visit to Surrey, though he's waiting until the school term ends. Amelia's blood ran cold. How did you know I was involved? A rare smile crossed McGonagall's stern features. Because I've been watching Albus watch Harry Potter for 5 years, and suddenly the patterns are changing. Because Augusta Longbottom has been asking very specific questions about magical guardianship law. And because you, Amelia Bones, have the same look in your eye that you had when you found out Death Eaters had targeted your brother. She leaned forward. I want in. With McGonagall's help, Amelia was able to more precisely target Dumbledore's monitoring charms. The Transfiguration Mistress understood Dumbledore's magical style intimately after decades as his colleague, identifying vulnerabilities in his spell structure that Amelia might have missed. More importantly, McGonagall could warn them when Dumbledore grew suspicious, giving Amelia time to cover her tracks. By late July, they had successfully modified 7 of the 23 spells, focusing on those suppressing Harry's magic and influencing his emotional development. The tracking and protection spells they left untouched, those, at least, served a legitimate purpose. We should consider telling him the truth soon, McGonagall suggested during one of their strategy meetings in Amelia's heavily warded flat. At least a version of it. The boy deserves to know who he really is before some stranger blurts it out when he goes to Hogwarts. Not yet, Amelia replied, pacing. He's only just turning 6. And there's the memory blocks to consider. If we remove those too quickly, the psychological shock could be damaging. What memories could a 15-month-old possibly have that needed blocking? Augusta wondered aloud. The grim silence that followed acknowledged what none wanted to voice, that Harry might well remember the night his parents died. Their planning was interrupted by Amelia's emergency communication mirror activating. Arabella Figg's panicked face appeared in the glass. Death Eaters, she gasped. In Little Whinging. They're looking for Harry. Amelia arrived in Surrey with a crack of apparition, already casting detection spells. McGonagall appeared seconds later, wand drawn and face set in lines of grim determination. 2 magical signatures moving toward Privet Drive, Amelia reported. Another watching from the park. How did they find him through the blood wards? McGonagall hissed. They haven't breached them yet, Amelia replied, but they're testing. My guess? They sensed the changes in Harry's magical signature just like Dumbledore did. They disillusioned themselves and moved quickly through the quiet suburban streets. It was nearly midnight, houses dark except for the occasional television glow through curtains. "There," McGonagall whispered, pointing toward a shadowy figure in dark robes moving along the edge of a garden 4 houses down from the Dursleys. Amelia recognized the magical signature, Walden McNair, a Death Eater who'd claimed Imperius and walked free. She tried to reopen his case 3 times. "I'll take him," she said quietly. "You circle around for the one in the park. We need to keep them away from the house until the Aurors arrive." McGonagall nodded and slipped away like a ghost. Amelia moved silently behind McNair, waiting until he paused to cast some sort of detection charm before making her move. "Hello, Walden," she said, dropping her disillusionment as she pressed her wand against the back of his neck. "Bit late for a stroll." He froze. "Bones. This doesn't concern the Ministry. 3 Death Eaters prowling a Muggle neighborhood absolutely concerns me," she replied. "Especially when they're sniffing around Harry Potter." McNair chuckled, a sound that raised the hair on Amelia's neck. "So you know he's here. Interesting. Our sources suggested Dumbledore had hidden him completely. Your sources were wrong. Now, we can do this the easy way." She didn't get to finish. McNair spun with inhuman speed, a cutting curse flying from his wand. Amelia dropped and rolled, returning fire with a barrage of stunning spells that lit up the quiet street. In the distance, she could see flashes of light from the park, McGonagall engaging the other Death Eater. So much for subtlety. McNair was skilled, but Amelia hadn't become head of the DMLE by collecting chocolate frog cards. She drove him back systematically, her spells precise and powerful, forcing him away from Privet Drive. A scream pierced the night, a child's voice. "Harry." Amelia's momentary distraction cost her. McNair's blasting curse caught her shield at an angle, throwing her backward into a garden fence that splintered under the impact. Pain lanced through her shoulder, but she was on her feet in an instant, driven by something beyond professional duty. The 3rd Death Eater must have breached the house while they were occupied. McNair had disappeared. Cursing, Amelia ran toward number 4, hearing more shouts and a crash of breaking glass. She burst through the front door to find chaos. Vernon Dursley lay unconscious in the hallway, a trickle of blood running from his temple. Upstairs, a woman screamed, "Petunia." Amelia took the stairs 3 at a time, following the sounds of destruction to a small bedroom where a Death Eater in a silver mask had cornered Petunia and Dudley. Of Harry, there was no sign. Stupefy. Amelia's spell caught the Death Eater square in the back, dropping him instantly. She bound him with a flick of her wand before turning to the cowering Dursleys. "Where's Harry?" she demanded. Petunia's terrified eyes flicked toward the hallway. "Cupboard," she whispered. "Under the stairs." The implications of that statement would have to wait. Amelia ran back downstairs, noticing for the first time a small door under the staircase, a cupboard barely large enough for cleaning supplies, let alone a child. The door was ajar, its lock broken. Inside, cramped beyond belief, was a small cot, a few broken toys, and pathetically few clothes. But no Harry. A crash from the back of the house drew her attention. She raced through the kitchen to find the back door hanging off its hinges. In the garden, illuminated by the security light triggered by the commotion, McNair held a struggling Harry under one arm like a package. The boy kicked and fought with surprising strength for his size. "Let him go, McNair," Amelia called, her wand trained on the Death Eater. "Can't do that, Bones. My master has questions about what happened 5 years ago." He began backing toward the edge of the garden where the anti-apparition wards ended. Harry's struggles intensified, and suddenly, something extraordinary happened. A burst of wild magic erupted from the boy, so powerful it momentarily illuminated the magical barriers around the property. McNair yelped as his robes caught fire, dropping Harry, who immediately scrambled away. Amelia didn't hesitate. Bombarda Maxima. The spell hit the ground at McNair's feet, the explosion throwing him backward over the garden fence. She followed it with a stunner that found its mark, leaving the Death Eater sprawled unconscious on a neighbor's lawn. Then she turned to Harry, who stood trembling but defiant, his two large pajamas hanging off his thin frame. "Are you hurt?" she asked, kneeling to his level. He shook his head, eyes huge behind broken glasses that barely clung to his nose. "You're the medicine lady," he said with sudden recognition. "From Mrs. Figg's." "That's right," she smiled, repairing his glasses with a quick tap of her wand that made his eyes widen further. "My name is Amelia." "You can do it too," he whispered. "The strange things." Before she could respond, multiple cracks of apparition announced the arrival of Aurors, and a familiar tall figure with a long white beard. Dumbledore surveyed the scene, his eyes moving from the stunned Death Eater to Amelia and finally to Harry. Something calculating flickered behind his half-moon spectacles. "Amelia," he said calmly, as if they'd met at a tea party rather than the scene of an attack. "What a fortunate coincidence you were here." "Wasn't it just," she replied, not moving from Harry's side. The boy, she noticed, had edged slightly closer to her, away from Dumbledore. Interesting. He'd never met Dumbledore, but something in him recognized a controlling presence. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, smiling benevolently. "You've had quite a fright, but you're safe now. Why don't you go back inside while we sort this out?" Harry looked up at Amelia questioningly. "It's all right," she told him. "I'll be in to check on you in a moment." After Harry reluctantly went inside, Dumbledore's smile faded. "You've been interfering with my protections," he stated, no question in his voice. "I've been supplementing them," she countered. "Successfully, it seems, since we stopped the attack." "This incident only occurred because the wards were disturbed," Dumbledore replied. "By you." Amelia stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Those aren't just protection wards, Albus. I've seen the spells. All 23 of them." Something cold flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. "You're treading in waters too deep for you, Amelia. Everything I've done is for the greater good. Including making him sleep in a cupboard. Including binding his magic so severely he can barely defend himself." She gestured toward the house. "Go see for yourself where the boy who lived has been sleeping for 5 years. Doubt flickered across Dumbledore's face. "The Dursleys assured me, they lied," she interrupted. "Or you didn't ask. Either way, Harry Potter has been neglected, possibly abused, and magically suppressed while under your so-called protection." Aurors moved around them, securing McNair and beginning to modify Muggle memories. McGonagall appeared, leading a bound Death Eater Amelia recognized as Jugson. "The third escaped," McGonagall reported tersely. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "This situation has become complicated. Amelia, we should discuss." "No," she said firmly. "No more discussions where you assure me everything is under control. Not after tonight." She turned to her Aurors. "Secure the scene and take full statements from everyone. I want memory extraction from the Death Eaters before they can be conveniently broken out of holding." The implied criticism made Dumbledore's eyes narrow, but he said nothing. "What happens now?" McGonagall asked, looking between them. Amelia straightened her spine, decision crystallizing. "Now, I'm going to check on a frightened child. Then I'm going to have a very direct conversation with his relatives about appropriate care. And then, Albus, you and I are going to renegotiate the terms of Harry Potter's protection. The blood wards," he began. "Can remain," she cut him off. "I'm not suggesting we move him. Yet. But the other spells? The ones that have nothing to do with his safety and everything to do with control? Those we'll discuss." She turned and walked back toward the house, feeling the weight of Dumbledore's gaze on her back. This confrontation was just the beginning, she knew. But something had fundamentally shifted tonight. Inside, she found Harry sitting rigidly on a kitchen chair while a female Auror awkwardly tried to make conversation. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw Amelia, and he immediately slipped off the chair to come stand beside her. The simple gesture of trust tightened something in her chest. "Is everyone going to forget again?" Harry asked quietly. Amelia frowned. "Forget what, Harry?" "The strange things," he clarified. "Last year, a man with a funny eye came to school to talk to me. Then everyone forgot he was there. Memory charms. On Muggles, possibly on Harry himself. Another layer of Dumbledore's control." She crouched down to meet his eyes. "No, Harry. This time, no one's going to make you forget." The relief on his face was heartbreaking. "Are you a witch?" he whispered, the word clearly one he'd been taught not to say. "I am," she replied simply. "And so were your mother and father." His eyes widened. "My parents?" "But Uncle Vernon says, your uncle is wrong about many things," Amelia interrupted gently. "Your parents were brave, kind, and very magical. And so are you, Harry." "I'm magical." "Very much so." She smiled. "And I promise you'll learn all about it. But first, we need to make sure you're safe." Outside, she could hear Dumbledore talking with the Aurors, his voice carrying that subtle compulsion he used when exerting his authority. Time was short. "Harry, I need you to listen carefully," she said, lowering her voice. "Things might be confusing for a while. People might tell you different stories about tonight, about your parents, about yourself. But I want you to remember what I'm telling you now." She took both his small hands in hers. "You are Harry Potter. You are a wizard. Your parents loved you very much. And I promise I will make sure you're protected, not just from bad wizards, but from anyone who would try to control you or make you less than who you truly are." Harry stared at her with solemn intensity that seemed impossibly adult in his young face. "Are you going to go away now?" he asked, the fear evident beneath the brave front. Amelia shook her head. "No. I might not be able to visit as openly for a while, but I'll be watching over you. And when you need me, I'll be there." On impulse, she removed a simple silver bracelet from her wrist, a family heirloom with basic protection charms. She tapped it with her wand, shrinking it to fit his wrist and adding a new enchantment. "This is a special bracelet," she explained, fastening it around his thin wrist. "If you're ever truly afraid or in danger, hold it tightly and think of me. I'll know, and I'll come." "Like magic?" he asked, a small smile finally breaking through. "Exactly like magic," she confirmed, feeling something shift in her own magic as the connection solidified, a variation of a protector's oath, binding her promise to her very core. Footsteps approached the kitchen. Amelia stood quickly, giving Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze as Dumbledore entered. The old wizard's eyes immediately went to the bracelet on Harry's wrist, a flash of displeasure crossing his face before his genial mask returned. "Well, Harry, it seems things have been quite eventful," he said kindly. "How are you feeling?" Harry glanced at Amelia before answering. "I'm okay, sir." "Good, good. I'm Professor Dumbledore, a friend of your parents." He turned to Amelia. "Madam Bones was just leaving, I believe. The Aurors need her supervision elsewhere." The dismissal was clear, but Amelia stood her ground. "Actually, I'll be staying until Harry's relatives have been properly interviewed and appropriate welfare measures are in place." Something dangerous flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, but Harry chose that moment to move closer to Amelia, his shoulder pressing against her side in a gesture that clearly communicated his preference. Dumbledore noticed, his expression calculating. "Very well," he conceded. "Perhaps we can work together to ensure Harry's continued safety." It wasn't a genuine offer, Amelia knew. It was a strategic retreat. Dumbledore hadn't maintained his various positions of power for decades by fighting battles he might lose publicly. But it was a start. The aftermath of the Death Eater attack brought significant changes to Harry's life at Privet Drive. With evidence of neglect too obvious to ignore, Dumbledore had been forced to concede to certain demands, regular welfare checks by an appropriate authority, Amelia, improved living conditions, a proper bedroom, and the removal of the most restrictive magical bindings. The Dursleys, terrified by the attack and the subsequent visits from stern magical officials, adopted a policy of cold indifference rather than active mistreatment. Not ideal, but a substantial improvement. Dumbledore, however, had not given up control easily. New monitoring spells replaced those Amelia had disabled, more subtly woven and harder to detect. The power struggle continued in a delicate dance, with Harry caught in the middle. On a crisp October morning, Amelia sat in her office reviewing reports when her wrist warmed suddenly, the alert from Harry's bracelet. Without hesitation, she activated her emergency port key, appearing moments later in a copse of trees near the primary school Harry attended. A disillusionment charm kept her hidden as she quickly located the source of distress. Behind the school building, Harry stood cornered against a wall by his cousin and 4 larger boys. Despite being clearly outnumbered, the 6-year-old showed no fear, his stance defiant. "Take it back, freak," Dudley demanded, shoving Harry hard enough to make his head knock against the brick wall. "No," Harry replied simply. "I'm not a freak, and you're just angry because you failed the maths test." Dudley's face purpled. "I'll show you what happens to liars." As the larger boy wound up for a punch, Amelia prepared to intervene. But before she could move, something remarkable happened. Harry didn't flinch or cower. Instead, his eyes narrowed in concentration, and Dudley's fist stopped mid-air, as if hitting an invisible barrier. The larger boy's confused expression quickly turned to pain as his own momentum seemed to rebound, sending him staggering backward into his friends. "What did you do?" one of the other boys demanded, looking frightened. Harry appeared as surprised as anyone, but recovered quickly. "Nothing. Maybe you should leave me alone from now on." The boys retreated, dragging a confused and whimpering Dudley with them. Once alone, Harry sagged against the wall, examining his own hands with wonder. Amelia cancelled her disillusionment charm and stepped forward. "Nicely handled," she commented. Harry's head snapped up, his initial alarm melting into a smile of recognition. "Amelia. You came. You called," she replied simply, gesturing to the bracelet. "I promised I would." "I didn't mean to," he admitted. "I was just scared for a second when Dudley cornered me, but then, did you see what happened?" Amelia glanced around to ensure they weren't observed before responding. "That was your magic, Harry. Protecting you." "I did magic." His eyes widened with delight. "On purpose?" "Semi-controlled accidental magic," she corrected. "But very impressive for your age. The binding spells must be weakening naturally as you grow stronger." She had been visiting regularly over the past months, ostensibly conducting welfare checks but actually continuing to dismantle Dumbledore's control piece by piece. Harry's natural magical strength was proving to be their greatest ally, his core was simply too powerful to remain suppressed, especially now that he knew what he was fighting against. "Can you teach me to do it properly?" he asked eagerly. "Not yet," she replied. "Underage magic laws exist for good reasons. But I can teach you to understand and feel your magic, which will make learning control easier when the time comes." Harry's disappointment was brief. "Will you tell me more about my parents today?" This had become their ritual. During each visit, Amelia would share stories of James and Lily Potter, their school days, their friends, their courage during the war. She had gathered these tales from various sources, including reluctant recollections from Minerva McGonagall and carefully approached former Order members. "How about this afternoon?" she suggested. "After school, at Mrs. Figg's." Harry nodded eagerly. Then, with the resilience that continually amazed her, he straightened his too large uniform and headed back toward the playground as if nothing unusual had occurred. Watching him go, Amelia felt the weight of the oath she'd taken that night months ago, not just to protect him from external threats, but to give him the childhood and future he deserved. The path ahead would be complicated. Dumbledore still wielded enormous influence. The remaining Death Eaters were becoming more active. And eventually, Harry would go to Hogwarts, where she couldn't watch over him daily. But today, a small boy had stood his ground against bullies, accessed his magic consciously for the first time, and walked away with his head held high. For now, that victory was enough. December brought snow to Surrey and a package to Amelia's desk that made her blood run cold. Plain brown wrapping, no return address, and inside, a single photograph of Harry walking to school, taken the previous week. On the back, written in elegant script, "Not as hidden as you think." The threat was clear. Someone had breached the outer layers of protection around Harry, not the blood wards themselves, but the security perimeter Amelia had established to monitor approaches. She immediately called an emergency meeting of what Harry had jokingly dubbed his secret guardians, Amelia, McGonagall, Augusta Longbottom, and Arabella Fig. "This changes our timeline," Amelia announced, showing them the photograph. "We need to accelerate the removal of the control spells and establish better protection." "Could it be Dumbledore testing you?" Augusta suggested. McGonagall shook her head. "Not his style. Albus prefers more psychological manipulation." "Death Eaters, then," Arabella said nervously. "Like the ones who attacked in summer." "Possibly," Amelia agreed. "Or someone else entirely. Either way, we need to move now, before they do." They formulated a plan. Under the guise of Christmas celebrations, Harry would spend 3 days at Mrs. Fig's house, giving them an extended period to work on removing the remaining spells without the Dursleys' interference. "The memory blocks are the most critical," McGonagall noted. "And the most dangerous to remove. I've consulted with a mind healer," discreetly, Amelia assured them. She provided guidance on the safest approach. "And if Albus detects what we're doing?" Augusta asked. Amelia's expression hardened. "Then he'll have to go through me to stop it." Christmas Eve found Harry sitting cross-legged on Arabella Fig's living room floor, surrounded by more presents than he'd ever seen addressed to him. Most were practical gifts that could be easily explained to the Dursleys, new clothes labeled as charitable donations, books that could be hidden beneath loose floorboards, small toys that wouldn't attract Dudley's attention. But Harry's focus wasn't on the gifts. He was watching Amelia prepare a complicated arrangement of candles and crystals with fascination. "What's all this for?" he asked. "Something important," she replied, completing the circle. "Remember how we've talked about the blocks on your magic? There are similar blocks on some of your memories." Harry frowned. "You mean there are things I've forgotten?" "Things someone wanted you to forget," she corrected gently. "Possibly memories of your parents from when you were very small." His eyes widened. "Can you make me remember them?" "I can remove what's blocking those memories," she explained. "But I can't guarantee what you'll recall. You were very young, and some memories might be difficult." Harry's small jaw set with determination that reminded her painfully of both his parents. "I want to remember. Even the bad parts." From the doorway, McGonagall made a small sound that might have been a suppressed sob. "Very well," Amelia said. "Come sit here in the center of the circle." Harry obeyed, settling himself on the cushion she'd placed there. "This may feel strange," she warned. "If it becomes too uncomfortable, tell me immediately and I'll stop." Harry nodded solemnly. Amelia began the careful, intricate spell work to dismantle the memory blocks Dumbledore had placed. Unlike his cruder bindings on Harry's magic, these were masterworks of subtle manipulation, designed to suppress specific memories while leaving others intact, creating a narrative the old wizard could control. As the first block dissolved, Harry gasped, his eyes widening. "I see, green light," he whispered. "And someone laughing. The night his parents died." Amelia steeled herself and continued, McGonagall and Augusta maintaining the stabilizing elements of the ritual while Arabella watched anxiously from the doorway. Another block fell away. "Red hair," Harry murmured, tears beginning to stream down his face. "Singing. She was singing to me." Lily. More blocks dissolved, revealing fragments of a babyhood Harry shouldn't have been able to remember but had been magically preserved, perhaps by the very trauma of that night, perhaps by his mother's final protective spells. A father's laughter. A toy broomstick. A large black dog that changed into a man. A gentle giant carrying him away from ruins. And finally, a bearded figure pointing a wand at his forehead, murmuring words that made the world go hazy. Dumbledore, Harry said, his voice stronger now. He's the one who made me forget. Amelia completed the ritual, the final bindings falling away like shattered glass. Harry swayed slightly, and she moved quickly to steady him. "Are you all right?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. He nodded slowly, tears still streaming but a strange peace settling over his features. "I remember them now. Not everything, but pieces. Real pieces, not just stories." He looked up at her with Lily's eyes, bright with emotion. "Thank you." Something shifted in that moment, in the magic surrounding them, in the connection between them, in the very air of the room. The oath Amelia had taken months ago pulsed with renewed power, recognized by magic itself as fulfilled and expanded. Outside, snow began to fall more heavily, blanketing Surrey in white as Christmas Eve turned to Christmas Day. Inside, a small boy with newly awakened memories slept peacefully for perhaps the first time since infancy, while 4 women maintained a vigilant watch. The battle for Harry Potter's future was far from over. Dumbledore would discover their actions eventually. Death Eaters still sought the boy who lived. The prophecy that had shaped his life remained in play. But tonight, one fundamental truth had changed: Harry Potter now knew who he was, where he came from, and that he wasn't alone. And Amelia Bones had crossed a line from which there was no return. What had begun as professional concern, then evolved to protective guardianship, had become something deeper, a connection that transcended simple duty. She had taken an oath to protect this child, to stand against anyone who would harm or control him, to give him the future his parents had died for. And in the magic that bound such oaths, intent was everything. Her intent had never been clearer. Chapter 2, Hogwarts Shadows. The letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday, exactly as Amelia had promised it would. He'd been waiting by the mail slot since dawn, much to Uncle Vernon's annoyance, and snatched the heavy parchment envelope before anyone could interfere. "It's here," Harry whispered, tracing the Hogwarts seal with his finger before tucking it safely into his pocket. Tonight he'd show it to Amelia during their weekly meeting at Mrs. Figg's house. 5 years had passed since the night Amelia had removed the memory blocks Dumbledore placed on him. 5 years of secret lessons in magical theory, wizard culture, and family history. 5 years of carefully dismantling the remaining control spells without alerting the headmaster. 5 years of growing stronger, more confident, and more prepared for the day he'd enter the magical world officially. Harry wasn't the small, frightened boy in the cupboard anymore. He stood taller, his green eyes sharp and observant behind new glasses Amelia had somehow convinced the Dursleys were provided by a school charity. He moved with the quiet confidence of someone who knew secrets others didn't, like the fact that his freakishness was actually powerful magic, or that he had allies the Dursleys knew nothing about. "Boy! Stop dawdling and start breakfast," Vernon bellowed from the kitchen. Harry pocketed the letter and smiled to himself. Soon, everything would change. "You should have seen Dudley's face when the zoo snake winked at him," Harry laughed, recounting the incident from earlier that summer as he and Amelia walked through the park near Privet Drive. These walks had become their routine, casual enough to avoid suspicion, private enough for real conversation. To neighbors, Amelia was simply a social worker checking on the boys' welfare. Her regular visits had been grudgingly accepted by the Dursleys after several uncomfortable interviews with child services that mysteriously coincided with instances of particularly poor treatment. "Parseltongue is rare," Amelia noted, watching Harry carefully. "Not inherently dark, despite what some believe, but unusual." "Like surviving the killing curse?" Harry asked wryly. Amelia smiled at his directness. At 11, Harry possessed a refreshing blend of childish enthusiasm and premature wisdom, the product of both his unusual upbringing and their years of preparation. "We should discuss your Hogwarts arrangements," she said, steering them toward a bench shielded by bushes. "Dumbledore will expect you to be ignorant of our world. It gives us an advantage if he underestimates your knowledge." Harry nodded, having long understood the chess game being played around him. Act surprised by everything, ask obvious questions, seem overwhelmed. Initially, Amelia confirmed. "Dumbledore has arranged for Hagrid to take you shopping in Diagon Alley tomorrow." Harry's eyes lit up. "I remember Hagrid. From before, in my freed memories. He carried me from the house after James and Lily were murdered. After Voldemort tried and failed to kill an infant. After everything changed." Amelia squeezed his shoulder. "Hagrid has a good heart. He's loyal to Dumbledore, but his affection for your parents was genuine. You can trust his intentions, if not always his discretion." "And I'll go along with whatever Dumbledore's planned," Harry recited, "but keep my eyes open and remember what we've discussed." Pride swelled in Amelia's chest. This boy had absorbed everything she'd taught him about caution and observation, skills that had kept her alive during the First War and rising through ministry ranks afterward. "There's something else," she said, reaching into her robes to withdraw a small package. "An early birthday present." Harry unwrapped it carefully to reveal a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with a subtle pattern that shifted slightly under his fingers. "It's charmed," Amelia explained. "Whatever you write will appear in its twin, which I keep. It's a more secure way to communicate than I'll post once you're at Hogwarts. And it can't be read by anyone else, not even magical means." Harry ran his fingers over the journal, his expression solemn. "So if Dumbledore tries, he won't see anything but homework notes," Amelia confirmed. "Though I still recommend caution about what you commit to writing." Harry nodded, then surprised her by throwing his arms around her in a quick, fierce hug. "Thanks for everything," he murmured against her robes. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't found me." Amelia returned the embrace, momentarily dropping her usual professional reserve. Over the years, her feelings toward Harry had evolved from professional concern to something far more personal. She'd watched him grow from that mistreated 5-year-old into this bright, determined young wizard. She'd celebrated his victories, tended his injuries, and guided him through the confusing blend of magical and muggle childhood. She'd become the parent James and Lily couldn't be, though she'd always been careful to ensure Harry knew she wasn't trying to replace them. "Remember," she said as they separated, "my niece Susan will be in your year. She doesn't know everything about our arrangement, but she knows you're important to me." "Will she be in Gryffindor too?" Harry asked. Amelia smiled. "Don't assume your house yet. The Sorting Hat makes its own decisions. But my parents were in Gryffindor. And my family tends toward Hufflepuff," she countered. "What matters is where you'll thrive, not family tradition." Harry considered this with the thoughtful expression that sometimes made him seem far older than 11. "I just want to make them proud." "You already do," Amelia assured him. "Now, let's go over the plan for Diagon Alley one more time." The Great Hall stunned Harry despite everything Amelia had told him about it. Thousands of candles floated beneath a ceiling bewitched to look like the night sky, illuminating 4 long tables where students sat beneath their house banners. At the front of the hall, professors watched the first year's procession, including Dumbledore himself, immediately recognizable with his long white beard and half-moon spectacles. Harry kept his expression appropriately awed while mentally noting everything Amelia would want to know. McGonagall's subtle nod as he passed. Snape's barely concealed hatred. And most importantly, Dumbledore's calculating gaze following his every move. He'd spent the train journey making connections Amelia would approve of, standing up to Malfoy, befriending Ron Weasley whose family was firmly in Dumbledore's camp but fundamentally good people, according to Amelia. He'd met Hermione Granger, a brilliant Muggleborn who reminded him of how Amelia described his mother. And he'd finally met Susan Bones, who had given him a warm smile and a whispered, "And he sends her regards," before they were separated into different boats. Now they stood in a nervous cluster before the Sorting Hat, whose song about the 4 houses had just concluded. McGonagall began calling names alphabetically. Bones, Susan. The pink-faced girl with long red hair walked confidently forward. Harry watched with interest as the Hat deliberated briefly before declaring, "Hufflepuff." Susan beamed, joining her house table to enthusiastic applause. Harry caught her eye and gave a small smile which she returned with a subtle thumbs up. More students were sorted. The bushy-haired Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Malfoy was immediately sorted into Slytherin, to no one's surprise. "Potter, Harry." Whispers suddenly broke out across the hall as Harry stepped forward. He'd been warned about his fame, but experiencing it directly felt surreal. Keeping his face carefully neutral, he sat on the stool as McGonagall placed the ancient hat on his head. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Interesting, someone has been helping you prepare, I see. Someone has been undoing what was done to you. How curious." Harry tensed. Could the Hat see everything in his mind? "Don't worry," the voice continued, "I'm bound by magic to keep student secrets. But this connection with Madame Bones, most unusual. It will shape your path significantly. So where to put you?" Harry thought of what Amelia had said about houses. Where would he thrive? Where would he find both challenges and support? Thinking strategically already, the Hat seemed to chuckle. "You could be great in Slytherin, you know, it's all here in your head." Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. Too politically complicated. Political considerations at 11? "She's taught you well," the Hat replied. "Well, if not Slytherin, better be Gryffindor." The Hat shouted the last word to the hall. Harry removed it and walked shakily toward the cheering Gryffindor table, where the Weasley twins were yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As he sat down, Harry glanced toward the high table. Dumbledore raised his goblet slightly in acknowledgement, eyes twinkling. Beside him, Professor McGonagall gave an almost imperceptible nod of approval. Harry suppressed a smile. Phase 1 complete, he was officially at Hogwarts, sorted into his parents' house, with allies both known and secret watching over him. Now the real work would begin. "He's been watching me all week," Harry wrote in the journal late Friday night, hidden behind his bed curtains. "Especially during defense against the dark arts. Something's off about Professor Quirrell." The words faded into the page, and moments later, Amelia's neat handwriting appeared, "Trust your instincts." What specifically seems wrong? Harry described the strange headaches he experienced in Quirrell's presence, the professor's odd behavior, and the feeling of being observed by more than just the stuttering teacher. "His stutter seems fake," Harry concluded. "And sometimes when he turns his back, I feel. I don't know, like there's something else there watching me." Amelia's response came quickly, very concerning. "Be extremely careful around him. Maintain distance when possible. I'm looking into his background. In the meantime, how are your classes? Have you connected with Susan?" Harry smiled, appreciating how she balanced protection with normal school concerns. He wrote about his classes, his frustrations with Snape's immediate hatred, and his growing friendships. "Susan invited me to study with her Hufflepuff group tomorrow," he added. "She's nice, reminds me of you sometimes, the way she organizes everyone." High praise, Amelia replied, and Harry could almost hear her dry tone. "She takes after her mother that way. Keep me updated on Quirrell, but don't investigate alone. Remember our rules." The rules had been established years ago. Harry could observe and report suspicious activity, but not put himself in danger. He was to maintain his cover as an ordinary student while quietly building his knowledge and strength. And most importantly, he was to avoid direct confrontation with Dumbledore whenever possible. So far, he'd managed to follow them, mostly. Amelia set down the journal with a frown. Harry's observations about Quirrell matched disturbing information she'd begun to uncover. The man had taken a year-long sabbatical before returning to teach defense, allegedly traveling to Albania, the last rumored location of Voldemort's wraith according to certain intelligence sources. She tapped her fingers on her desk, considering her options. Her position as head of the DMLE gave her significant authority, but directly interfering at Hogwarts without evidence would alert Dumbledore to her continued interest in Harry. A knock interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called, quickly securing the journal in her warded drawer. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped into her office, his normally impassive face betraying subtle concern. "You asked for the Sirius Black file," he said, placing a dusty folder on her desk. "Thank you, Kingsley," she replied, maintaining a neutral expression despite the significance of this request. "That will be all." Once alone, she opened the folder with a mixture of dread and determination. Inside lay the sparse documentation of Sirius Black's arrest and imprisonment, sparse because, as she had begun to suspect, there had never been a proper trial. No transcript. No testimony under veritaserum. No examination of his wand. Just a summary arrest report citing obvious guilt and multiple eyewitness accounts of the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Far too convenient, given what she now knew from Harry's unlocked memories of Sirius Black as his father's best friend and a loving presence in baby Harry's life. The official narrative had never made sense. Why would Black betray the Potters, then wait calmly before suddenly murdering Pettigrew and random Muggles? Amelia began making notes, creating a parallel file with questions and inconsistencies. This would require extreme caution. If Sirius Black was innocent, his freedom could dramatically change Harry's situation. But moving too quickly might alert those who had engineered his imprisonment, including, potentially, Dumbledore himself. She wrote a brief, carefully worded memo requesting the original evidence from Black's case be transferred to her office for routine audit purposes. Then she penned a short update in the journal for Harry, keeping it vague, looking into an old case that might interest you. More when I have concrete information. You're mental, Ron declared when Harry suggested including Susan Bones and her friend Hannah Abbott in their study group. Why do we need Hufflepuffs? Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ron. House divisions are exactly why we need inter-house study groups. Besides, Susan is brilliant at herbology, which you clearly need help with. Harry hid his smile. Hermione had quickly become one of his closest friends, her intelligence and drive reminding him of both his mother, from the stories Amelia told, and Amelia herself. She'd initially been skeptical of befriending Susan until the Hufflepuff had demonstrated both her knowledge and her willingness to challenge Hermione's sometimes rigid thinking. Fine, Ron grumbled good-naturedly. But if they start going on about house unity and hugging, I'm out. The expanded study group met in a corner of the library that afternoon. Susan arrived with Hannah Abbott and, to Harry's surprise, a quiet Ravenclaw named Padma Patil. Hope you don't mind, Susan said. Padma's partnered with me in potions, and she's absolutely brilliant. The group settled into a productive rhythm, each contributing their strengths, Hermione with theory, Padma with methodical approaches, Susan with practical applications, Hannah with creative connections, and Ron with strategic simplifications that cut through overthinking. Harry found himself largely observing, filing away the dynamics for later consideration. You're quiet today, Susan noted when they took a break. Everything all right? Harry nodded. Just thinking about the third-floor corridor and why it's forbidden. Probably because it's dangerous, Hermione interjected from across the table. Obviously, Harry replied. But dangerous how? And why announce it unless Dumbledore wanted students to be curious? Susan gave him a sharp look he recognized from Amelia, the one that meant he was asking exactly the right questions. My aunt says Dumbledore never does anything without multiple reasons, she said casually. Harry met her eyes, wondering exactly how much Amelia had told her niece about their arrangement. "Your aunt sounds smart," he replied carefully. Susan smiled. "The smartest. She also says some authority figures create artificial challenges to test people." Definitely not a coincidental comment. Before Harry could respond, Hermione jumped back in. "Are you suggesting Dumbledore deliberately created a dangerous situation to, what? Test students? That would be incredibly irresponsible." "Not students plural," Harry murmured thoughtfully. "Maybe just one." The silence that followed was broken by Ron's oblivious return from the stacks. "Found that book on magical creatures you wanted, Hermione." "What did I miss?" Susan caught Harry's eye again and mouthed silently, "Later." Later came after dinner, when Susan casually suggested Harry might enjoy seeing the view from the astronomy tower before curfew. "Andy told me to give you space at school," she said once they were alone, looking out over the darkening grounds. "Said you needed normal friendships without complications. But I'm not stupid, Harry. I see how she watches for my letters about you, how her whole face changes when your name comes up." Harry leaned against the stone parapet, considering his response. "How much do you know?" "That she's been helping you for years. That she doesn't trust Dumbledore where you're concerned. That there's some kind of, I don't know, conspiracy around you." Susan shrugged. "Details, no. But I know my aunt, and I know when something matters to her more than just professionally." Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward Amelia for raising such a perceptive, direct niece. "She saved me," he said simply. "More than once." Susan nodded as if this confirmed something she'd long suspected. "She said if you ever needed help, I should provide it without question. So that's my offer. I won't pry, but I'm here if you need backup." Harry studied her open, honest face. Susan lacked Hermione's intensity and Ron's brashness, but there was a steadiness to her that reminded him intensely of Amelia. "There's something strange about the third-floor corridor," he said finally. "And about Quirrell. I think they're connected somehow." Susan didn't question his logic or dismiss his concerns. "What do you need me to do?" "Just keep your eyes open for now," Harry replied. "And maybe help me figure out why Snape tried to get past whatever's guarding that corridor during the Halloween feast." Susan's eyebrows shot up. "That's when the troll was in the dungeon." "How do you know about Snape?" Harry explained what he, Ron, and Hermione had seen, Snape's injured leg and their conclusion that he'd used the troll as a distraction. "But what if it wasn't Snape?" Susan mused. "What if he was trying to stop someone else? My aunt always says look at who benefits, not just who's present." Harry considered this new perspective. Quirrell was the one who reported the troll. And if anyone's acting suspicious. "Exactly," Susan nodded. "Look, let's make a deal. You share your suspicions with me, I'll help where I can, and we both report anything really serious to Auntie. She's better positioned to help than we are." Harry extended his hand. "Deal." As they shook on it, Harry felt a subtle shift in his Hogwarts experience. He'd gained not just a friend, but an ally who understood the hidden currents beneath the surface of school life. Winter settled over Hogwarts, bringing snow-covered grounds and Christmas preparations. Harry had declined the Dursleys' grudging invitation home, conveyed via a note that read simply, "Stay if you want," planning instead to use the quiet castle to explore and investigate further. On the last day before most students departed, a school owl delivered a small package to Harry at breakfast. "Early Christmas present?" Ron asked, mouth full of scrambled eggs. Harry opened the attached note first, recognizing Amelia's handwriting disguised as a formal ministry communication. "Mr. Potter, the enclosed item legally belonged to your father and is being returned to you as his heir. Use it responsibly." Department of Magical Heirlooms. Inside the package, he found a shimmering, silvery cloth that seemed to flow like water. An invisibility cloak. Harry quickly tucked it away before anyone could get a good look, his mind racing with possibilities. That evening, after his dorm mates had fallen asleep, Harry wrote excitedly in the journal, "Got the cloak. Was it really my dad's? How did you get it?" Amelia's reply appeared moments later, "Yes, James used it throughout school according to McGonagall. Dumbledore had possession of it after your parents' deaths, supposedly for examination. I filed an official heir property request through the ministry. He couldn't refuse without explaining why he was keeping an heirloom from its rightful owner." Harry grinned at the elegant solution. "It's brilliant. I can use it to investigate the corridor." The response was immediate and firm, "You will not use it for unnecessary risks. It's for protection and strategic movement only. Promise me, Harry." He sighed, recognizing the tone even in written form. "I promise to be careful," he wrote, deliberately ambiguous. Amelia didn't miss the qualification, "Harry James Potter, do not make me come to that school." "Fine," he amended. "I promise not to use it for unnecessary risks. But defining necessary is subjective." "Don't push it," came the reply, though Harry could sense her reluctant amusement. "Now, regarding our other project, I've made progress on the SB situation. Records were misplaced, but I've located the original arrest reports. No trial transcript exists because there was no trial." Harry's heart raced. SB, Sirius Black, his godfather. The man he remembered from his freed memories, who transformed into a large black dog to make baby Harry laugh. "What's next?" he wrote eagerly. "Patience. Building a case carefully. Need evidence, not just procedural errors. Focus on school, I'll handle this part." Harry wrote his goodnight, tucked the journal away securely, and lay back in his four-poster bed. Between the mystery of the third-floor corridor, Quirrell's strange behavior, and now the possibility of clearing his godfather's name, this was shaping up to be a far more eventful year than even Amelia had prepared him for. "Norbert bit me," Ron moaned, holding up his swollen hand. "I'm telling you, keeping a dragon is mental, even for Hagrid." Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled in the common room, discussing their latest problem, Hagrid's illegal baby Norwegian Ridgeback and how to remove it before someone, besides Ron, got hurt or Hagrid got arrested. "Charlie works with dragons in Romania," Ron continued. "He could take Norbert, but how do we get a dragon out of the castle without anyone seeing?" Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his pocket where the invisibility cloak was stored. "I might have a solution," he said slowly. "But we'd need to coordinate the timing perfectly." Later that night, after finalizing plans with Ron's brother's friends to collect the dragon from the astronomy tower, Harry updated his journal. Minor situation with Hagrid. Nothing dangerous, just helping a friend. Might bend curfew rules tonight for good reason. Amelia's response was predictably concerned, define minor situation and bend curfew rules. Harry considered how much to reveal, then decided honesty was safest given Amelia's network of information. Hagrid accidentally acquired a baby dragon. Helping remove it safely before authorities discover it. Using cloak, will be careful. A longer pause followed before her reply appeared, dragon smuggling is a serious offense. Why am I not surprised you found the one illegal magical creature at Hogwarts? Take Susan with you, she has excellent judgment. And for Merlin's sake, don't get caught. Harry blinked in surprise. He'd expected a lecture, not tacit permission with a suggestion. "You're encouraging rule-breaking," he wrote incredulously. "I'm encouraging you to help a friend while minimizing damage," came the response. "Some rules exist for good reasons, others for control. Learning to distinguish between them and making ethical choices is part of growing up. Just be careful." With Amelia's qualified blessing and a modified plan that now included Susan, "My aunt suggested what?" she'd exclaimed when Harry approached her, they successfully delivered Norbert to Charlie's friends that night. Their triumphant return, however, met with disaster when they discovered they'd left the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower. Before they could retrieve it, Filch caught them in the corridor. Well, 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 he wheezed gleefully. Students out of bed. This'll mean detention, this will. Detention in the Forbidden Forest searching for an injured unicorn was bad enough. Discovering the cloaked figure drinking unicorn blood was worse. But the searing pain in Harry's scar when the figure looked at him, that was unbearable. Only Firenze the centaur's timely arrival had saved him. The centaur's words echoed in Harry's mind as he raced back to the castle, "It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price." Harry burst into his dormitory, hands shaking as he retrieved his journal. He needed to tell Amelia immediately. "Emergency," he wrote, the letters jagged from his trembling hand. "Voldemort is at Hogwarts. He's after the Philosopher's Stone hidden on 3rd floor. Using Quirrell as host. My scar burns when near him. Need help now." He waited, heart pounding, for Amelia's response. When it came, it was characteristically direct. "How certain are you? What evidence beyond scar?" Harry detailed his encounter in the forest, Firenze's cryptic warnings, and the connections he, Hermione, and Ron had pieced together about the stone's presence at Hogwarts. "Stay in your dormitory," Amelia wrote back. "I'm contacting McGonagall directly and coming to Hogwarts with Auror team. Do not confront Quirrell. Repeat, do not engage." Harry slumped in relief. Help was coming. He just needed to wait. But when he tried to find Professor McGonagall 20 minutes later, he learned she'd been called away on urgent ministry business, exactly when they needed her most. "It's a trap," Hermione whispered as they huddled in an empty classroom. "Someone lured her away deliberately." "Which means they're going after the stone tonight," Ron added grimly. Harry felt the weight of decision pressing down on him. Amelia was coming, but what if she arrived too late? What if Voldemort escaped with the stone and returned to power? "We have to try to stop him," Harry said finally. "We can't just wait." "Your aunt specifically said not to engage," Susan reminded him, having joined their emergency council. "This isn't a dragon smuggling operation, Harry. This is you-know-who." "I know what she said," Harry replied. "But she doesn't know McGonagall's gone. She's expecting to coordinate with professors who aren't here. The timing's too perfect, Quirrell must have planned this." He looked around at his friends' worried faces. "I'm going. You don't have to come." "Don't be stupid," Ron said immediately. "Course we're coming. We'll need to get past the protections," Hermione added, already thinking practically. "Each professor likely contributed something." Susan looked torn, loyalty to her aunt warring with friendship. "Auntie will kill me," she muttered, "but she'd go herself if she were here." She straightened her shoulders. "I'm in. But we leave a clear message for when she arrives." Harry nodded, relief and determination mixing as they quickly formulated a plan. Hermione would write a detailed note for Amelia explaining exactly where they'd gone and why. The rest would gather anything that might help them past the obstacles. As they prepared to leave for the 3rd-floor corridor, Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. This wasn't how Amelia had taught him to handle danger. She'd emphasized caution, preparation, strategic thinking. But sometimes, he realized, you had to act on instinct when people you cared about were threatened. He just hoped she'd understand. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts with a team of 3 trusted Aurors to find the castle in controlled chaos. McGonagall had returned from what she now realized was a fabricated ministry emergency only to discover 4 students missing and a note explaining their desperate mission. Of all the reckless, McGonagall began, but Amelia cut her off. "Save it, Minerva. Where's Dumbledore?" "London. Minister's office." McGonagall's lips thinned to almost nothing. "Another convenient coincidence. And the 3rd-floor corridor?" "This way." They rushed through the castle, Amelia's mind racing through scenarios, each worse than the last. Harry facing Voldemort. Harry injured. Harry. No. She couldn't think like that. The boy she'd watched over for 6 years was smart, prepared, and surrounded by friends. He'd survived once against all odds. He would survive again. They reached the forbidden corridor to find the door already ajar, a massive three-headed dog snoring inside with a charmed harp playing beside it. Beyond that, a long drop through a trapdoor, softened by what looked like crushed devil's snare. Each professor created a challenge, McGonagall explained as they carefully descended. Sprouts was the devil's snare. Then Flitwick's flying keys, my transfigured chess set, Quirrell's troll, Snape's potions puzzle, and finally, Dumbledore's contribution. They moved quickly through the chambers, finding evidence of the children's passage, a crushed plant, scattered keys, a demolished chess set, an unconscious troll, and in Snape's chamber, 2 students waiting anxiously. Hermione. Susan. Amelia rushed forward, her professional demeanor momentarily cracking. Where's Harry? He went on alone, Hermione explained tearfully. There was only enough potion for one person to go through the flames. Ron's hurt from the chess game, we sent him back for help. Susan stepped forward, meeting her aunt's gaze directly. We tried to stop him, but he said he had to go. Said he was the only one Quirrell really wanted anyway. Pride and terror roared in Amelia's chest. Strategically sound, protecting his friends while confronting the threat, but so dangerously, recklessly Gryffindor. You two, get back through the chambers and help Weasley, she ordered, her voice steady despite her churning emotions. Aurors, secure this area. Minerva, with me. She examined the flames blocking their path, quickly identifying the potion puzzle's solution. There's enough for 2 if we take half doses, she told McGonagall. Reduced protection, but passable. The Transfiguration Mistress nodded grimly, and together they swallowed the potion and stepped through the black flames. Harry faced the mirror of Eriste, Quirrell standing behind him with wand raised. The stuttering facade had vanished, replaced by cold calculation and the occasional tremor of fear when the voice, Voldemort's voice, spoke from beneath his turban. Use the boy, the high, cold voice commanded. Look in the mirror, Potter. Tell me what you see. Quirrell pushed Harry forward. Harry stared at his reflection, remembering Dumbledore's explanation that the mirror showed one's deepest desire. He saw himself, as he truly was, but then his reflection smiled and reached into its pocket. It pulled out a blood-red stone, winked, and returned it to the pocket, and as it did, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had the stone. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry thought quickly. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. The lie came easily, another skill he'd developed under the Dursleys' care and refined with Amelia's guidance. Never show your full hand. Misdirect when necessary. By time. He lies, hissed Voldemort's voice. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. Harry watched in horror as Quirrell unwound his turban, turning to reveal a face, a terrible, chalk-white face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, protruding from the back of his head. Harry Potter, the face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. As Voldemort spoke, Harry was backing away, hand inching toward his wand. Don't be a fool, Voldemort snapped. Better to save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy. Liar! Harry shouted. The memories Amelia had helped him recover showed him the truth, his father dying to buy time, his mother refusing to step aside, choosing death to protect him. My parents died fighting. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. How touching. I always value bravery. Yes, boy, your parents were brave. Your father put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died, she was trying to protect you. Harry's hand closed around his wand, but before he could cast a spell, Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry by the wrist. Immediately, needle-sharp pain seared through Harry's scar, but something else happened too. Quirrell recoiled, his fingers blistering where they had touched Harry's skin. Master! I cannot hold him, my hands. Quirrell stared at his burned palms in horror. Then kill him, fool! Voldemort screeched. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry, acting on pure instinct, reached up and pressed his hands against Quirrell's face. The pain in his scar was blinding, but he held on as the professor screamed, his skin cracking and burning beneath Harry's touch. Harry! Through the haze of pain, he heard a familiar voice, Amelia's voice, and saw flashes of spelllight before darkness claimed him. Consciousness returned slowly, bringing with it the distinctive smell of the hospital wing and the sensation of crisp sheets. Harry blinked against the sunlight streaming through nearby windows, gradually focusing on the figure seated beside his bed. Welcome back, Amelia said quietly, relief evident in her normally composed features. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Harry tried to speak, found his throat dry, and gratefully accepted the water she offered. The stone, he managed after sipping. Secure. Dumbledore arrived shortly after Professor McGonagall and I reached you. Her expression tightened. Quirrell did not survive the confrontation. Memories flooded back, Quirrell's burning skin, Voldemort's fury, the blinding pain. I killed him, Harry whispered. No. Amelia's voice was firm. Voldemort killed him by possessing and using him until his body couldn't sustain it. Your touch merely accelerated what was already happening. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. What you did was brave, Harry, but incredibly dangerous. You could have been killed. I had to try, he replied, meeting her gaze steadily. You taught me sometimes you have to act. I taught you to act with caution and preparation, she countered, though without real anger. But yes, sometimes immediate action is necessary. Her expression softened slightly. Your friends are well, by the way. Mr. Weasley had a concussion but recovered quickly. Miss Granger and my niece have been taking turns trying to sneak in to see you. Are they in trouble? Amelia's lips quirked. Less than they might be. Officially, they received detentions for being out after curfew. Unofficially, Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor enough points to secure the House Cup, claiming extraordinary courage and friendship. Harry detected the slight eye roll accompanying this statement and smiled weakly. And you? Are you in trouble for coming to Hogwarts with Aurors without permission? I am the head of magical law enforcement responding to credible evidence of Britain's most dangerous dark wizard infiltrating a school, she replied dryly. The minister might question my methods in private, but publicly, he's claiming it as his administration's victory. She glanced toward the door before continuing in an even lower voice. What I'm more concerned about is Dumbledore's reaction to finding me here. He knows now that our connection goes beyond routine welfare checks. Is that bad? It complicates things, she admitted. He's been watching me carefully since, making pointed comments about your need for proper guardianship and the dangers of outside influences. He suspects I've been counteracting his influence, but doesn't yet know the extent. Harry processed this information, his mind working through implications despite his exhaustion. What happens now? Now, you rest and recover, Amelia said, standing as footsteps approached the hospital wing. We'll discuss summer arrangements when you're stronger. Dumbledore will insist on your return to the Dursleys for the blood ward protection, but I have a few ideas to make that more palatable. She squeezed his hand briefly, her formal mask sliding back into place just as Madame Pomfrey bustled in with Dumbledore following serenely behind. "Ah, Harry, you're awake," the headmaster said pleasantly, as if finding the head of the DMLE at a student's bedside was perfectly normal. "And Madam Bones, dedicated as always to public safety." "Headmaster," Amelia nodded politely. "I was just completing my official statement from Mr. Potter regarding the quarrel incident." Of course, of course." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though Harry noticed they remained calculating. "Though perhaps such matters could wait until our young hero has fully recovered." "Just finishing," Amelia replied smoothly. She turned back to Harry with a professional nod. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Potter. The Ministry appreciates your service." As she turned to leave, she added, as if in afterthought, "Do enjoy your summer holidays when they arrive. I understand your aunt and uncle will be expecting you." The message was clear, plans were in motion, but appearances would be maintained. Harry nodded slightly, understanding perfectly. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your concern." As Dumbledore settled into the chair Amelia had vacated, Harry maintained the innocent, somewhat odd expression he'd cultivated for these interactions. But inside, he felt more confident knowing Amelia was already planning steps ahead. The game continued, with higher stakes than ever. Summer at Privet Drive proved remarkably different from previous years. Whether due to Dumbledore's intervention or Amelia's behind-the-scenes pressure, the Dursleys adopted a policy of wary avoidance rather than active mistreatment. Harry had proper meals, reasonable chores, and was generally left to his own devices as long as he didn't mention his freakishness. The most significant change, however, came in the form of Mrs. Figg's sudden need for regular assistance with heavy household tasks, a transparent excuse for Harry to spend 3 days each week at her house, where Amelia could visit freely. "Dumbledore's watching more closely now," Amelia explained during their first meeting that summer. "He's placed additional monitoring charms around Privet Drive, but fortunately, he still considers Arabella his loyal agent." "Does he suspect you removed the memory blocks?" Harry asked, helping himself to the sandwiches Mrs. Figg had prepared before tactfully finding garden work that needed her immediate attention. "If he does, he hasn't confronted me directly," Amelia replied. "More concerning is his renewed interest in your guardianship. He's made several oblique suggestions about formalizing his own role." Harry frowned. "Can he do that? Legally become my guardian?" "Not without significant maneuvering," Amelia assured him. "The Dursleys remain your legal guardians in both worlds. Dumbledore's current authority extends only to your magical education." She paused, considering her next words carefully. "There is, however, another option we might pursue. It involves your godfather." Harry straightened immediately. "Serious? Have you found proof he's innocent?" "Not definitive proof yet," Amelia cautioned, "but compelling irregularities. No trial transcript exists because there was never a trial. The witness statements contradict physical evidence. And most significantly, I've discovered Pettigrew's Order of Merlin was awarded posthumously with unusual haste, before standard magical forensic examination of the scene was complete." Hope flared in Harry's chest. The fragmented memories of Sirius that Amelia had helped him recover showed a laughing, protective figure who had clearly adored him as a baby. "If we can prove he's innocent, would he become my guardian?" "Potentially," Amelia nodded. "As your magically designated godfather, he would have stronger claim than anyone except blood relatives." "But Harry," her expression grew serious, "we must proceed with extreme caution. Whoever orchestrated his imprisonment without trial had significant influence. If we move too openly before gathering irrefutable evidence, they could block our efforts or worse." Harry nodded, understanding the complexity. "What can I do to help?" "For now, continue as we have been. Excel at school, maintain your friendships, and observe Dumbledore without confrontation." She smiled slightly. "And perhaps avoid life-threatening adventures this year?" Harry grinned. "No promises. Not with Hogwarts' track record." Harry's 12th birthday arrived with an unexpected flurry of owls bearing cards and small gifts from his Hogwarts friends, something the Dursleys viewed with horror but dared not prevent after Amelia's routine welfare check, conveniently scheduled for the same day. "Happy birthday, Harry," she said warmly when they met at Mrs. Figg's house that afternoon. Unlike her usual practical attire, she wore casual summer robes in deep blue that softened her normally stern appearance. "Thanks," he replied, still slightly stunned by the concept of birthday celebrations. Growing up with the Dursleys had made birthdays just another day to be ignored, and even after years of Amelia's influence, he found the attention somewhat overwhelming. "I have something special for you this year," Amelia continued, producing a carefully wrapped package. "Something that should have been yours long ago." Harry unwrapped it to find a handsome leather-bound album. Opening it, he gasped at the first photograph, his parents on their wedding day, laughing and waving at the camera, James in dress robes and Lily in a white gown with magical flowers woven through her red hair. "How," he began, voice thick with emotion. "I contacted their friends from school and the Order of the Phoenix," Amelia explained gently. Many had photographs they were happy to share. Minerva contributed several from their Hogwarts days. Harry turned the pages slowly, drinking in each image, his parents as students, with friends, holding him as a baby. There was Sirius Black, young and handsome without the haunted look from wanted posters, arm thrown carelessly around James's shoulders. There was his mother laughing with a younger Professor McGonagall. There was tiny baby Harry zooming around on a toy broomstick while James chased him and Lily watched, shaking her head in fond exasperation. "This is..." Harry swallowed hard. "This is the best present ever." Amelia's expression softened in a way few people ever witnessed. "They would be so proud of you, Harry. Not just for facing Voldemort or your academic achievements, but for the person you're becoming, brave, loyal, and determined to do what's right despite the cost." Harry felt his cheeks warm at the praise. Coming from Amelia, who rarely offered effusive compliments, it meant everything. "I wouldn't be that person without you," he said quietly. "You changed everything when you found me." Something flickered in Amelia's eyes, an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify before her usual composure returned. "We changed things together," she corrected. "Now, I believe Mrs. Figg mentioned cake." The moment passed, but as they moved to the kitchen where Arabella had prepared a modest birthday celebration, Harry found himself reflecting on how dramatically his life had diverged from what it might have been. Without Amelia's intervention, who would he have become? What would Dumbledore's uncontested influence have shaped him into? The questions lingered even as he blew out candles on his first proper birthday cake. Harry's second year at Hogwarts began with the chaos of shopping in Diagon Alley alongside the entire Weasley family, an experience both overwhelming and delightful. The only damper came during the obligatory book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, self-proclaimed adventurer and newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Famous Harry Potter, Lockhart had crowed, dragging a reluctant Harry into photographs. "Together we'll make the front page." The encounter left Harry seething with embarrassment and frustration, feelings that only intensified when Draco Malfoy appeared to mock him, leading to a near confrontation between Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. "Causing trouble already, Harry?" Susan teased when they met on the Hogwarts Express 2 weeks later. Auntie mentioned something about a regrettable incident at Flourish and Blots. Harry groaned, slouching in his seat. "Not my fault. Lockhart's an attention-seeking prat." "Language," Hermione scolded automatically, though her expression suggested she might privately agree after spending the journey reading Lockhart's assigned textbooks. The compartment had grown crowded over the past hour, Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined by Susan, Hannah Abbott, and Neville Longbottom. The inter-house friendships that had begun the previous year continued to strengthen, creating what Ron had jokingly dubbed Dumbledore's Army Jr., after learning about the headmaster's wartime resistance group. Speaking of attention-seeking, Susan said more quietly when conversation splintered into smaller groups, "Auntie wanted me to warn you about some ministry business that might affect Hogwarts this year." Harry raised an eyebrow questioningly. "She's been pushing to reopen a certain case," Susan murmured, "and it's making powerful people nervous. There might be distractions deployed." What kind of distractions? Susan shrugged slightly. She wasn't specific. Just said to stay alert and remember last year's lessons about not taking things at face value. The warning lingered in Harry's mind as they reached Hogwarts, through the welcoming feast, and into the first weeks of term. Initially, nothing seemed amiss beyond Lockhart's spectacular incompetence as a professor and the usual schoolyard dynamics. Then came the voice in the walls. Kill, time to kill. Harry froze mid-step as the cold, murderous voice slithered through his consciousness. Ron and Hermione, walking beside him, noticed nothing. Did you hear that? He asked urgently. Hear what? Ron looked around, confused. That voice. Talking about killing. Hermione frowned. There wasn't any voice, Harry. Before he could explain further, the voice came again, moving away, so hungry, for so long. Harry took off running, following the chilling voice through corridors and up staircases until he rounded a corner and nearly collided with Filch, who was staring in horror at something on the wall. Enemies of the heir, beware! The message gleamed on the wall in what looked horribly like blood. Beneath it hung Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, rigid and lifeless. What's going on here? Filch demanded, turning his shocked gaze to Harry. You've murdered my cat. I didn't touch her, Harry protested as Ron and Hermione caught up, equally horrified by the scene. Students and teachers began converging on the corridor, drawn by Filch's shouts. Dumbledore arrived, quickly taking control of the situation, examining Mrs. Norris and pronouncing her petrified rather than dead. But who would do such a thing? Professor McGonagall asked, surveying the gathered students with sharp eyes. The writing refers to the heir of Slytherin, Dumbledore mused. A concerning development. As discussions swirled around possible culprits and the meaning of the message, Harry felt a cold certainty that this was connected to the voice only he could hear, and that Susan's warning about distractions had materialized far sooner than expected. Parseltongue is extremely rare, Amelia wrote in response to Harry's urgent journal entry about the incident. The fact that only you heard the voice suggests it was a snake of some kind. Combined with the petrification and the heir of Slytherin message. Harry waited anxiously as her writing paused, then continued, this aligns with historical accounts of the Chamber of Secrets. Legend says Salazar Slytherin left a monster within a hidden chamber that only his heir could control. The last time the chamber was allegedly opened was 50 years ago. A girl died. The blamed party was expelled but later exonerated privately, your groundskeeper, Hagrid. Harry stared at the words in disbelief. Hagrid? The gentle giant who cried over injured creatures. It made no sense. I don't believe Hagrid was responsible, Amelia continued, anticipating his reaction. The pattern doesn't fit. But someone at the ministry is blocking my access to the full records from that case, the same someone who's been interfering with the Black investigation. Lucius Malfoy? Harry suggested, recalling the blonde wizard's apparent influence at the ministry from conversations with Arthur Weasley. Possibly. Or someone working with him. A pause, then, be extremely careful, Harry. If this is indeed the chamber reopening, you're in a uniquely vulnerable position, able to hear the monster yet potentially suspected because of that very ability if it becomes known. What should I do? Harry wrote, for once grateful for direct guidance rather than encouraged independence. Research with your friends, but discreetly. Focus on the historical incident 50 years ago. And most importantly, don't go looking for the voice alone. If you hear it again, note location and direction, then report to McGonagall and me immediately. Harry promised to follow her advice, closing the journal with a growing sense of unease. Between the chamber mystery, Lockhart's useless defense classes leaving students vulnerable, and Amelia's stalled investigation into Sirius's case, the year was taking a decidedly troubling turn. The situation deteriorated rapidly over the following weeks. First, Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified. Then rumors spread about Harry being the heir of Slytherin after his Parseltongue ability was accidentally revealed during a disastrous dueling club demonstration. This is exactly what Auntie was worried about, Susan muttered as she, Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled in a quiet corner of the library. A perfectly timed crisis to distract from her investigation. But who's behind it? Hermione wondered, surrounded by books on Hogwarts history. And what is the monster? Has to be something that petrifies, Ron reasoned. And something that can move through the school without being seen. Harry had shared his theory about hearing a snake in the walls, but they remained stumped about what kind of serpent could petrify rather than kill with venom. Their research was interrupted by the arrival of an official-looking owl that landed directly in front of Harry, extending its leg to deliver a sealed ministry letter. "That's the DMLE seal," Susan noted as Harry broke it open. The letter, written in Amelia's precise hand but clearly designed for potential interception, read, "Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, on December 18 at 10 a.m. regarding an ongoing investigation. Transportation will be arranged through Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Amelia Bones, Head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement, an ongoing investigation?" Hermione echoed, frowning. "What does that mean?" "Could be about Sirius Black," Harry replied quietly, having shared some of his godfather's story with his closest friends. "Or connected to the chamber." Susan looked thoughtful. "It's unusual to summon a student midterm unless it's extremely important. Auntie must have made a breakthrough." The possibility sent a wave of anticipation through Harry. If Amelia had found conclusive evidence of Sirius's innocence, it could change everything: his guardianship, his summer arrangements, his entire future. Dumbledore's office looked exactly as it had after the Philosopher's Stone incident, cluttered with fascinating silver instruments, lined with portraits of former headmasters, and dominated by the imposing desk where Dumbledore himself sat, fingers steepled beneath his long white beard. "Ah, Harry," he said pleasantly as McGonagall escorted Harry in. "Ready for your ministry appointment?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, maintaining the polite, slightly odd demeanor he adopted for these interactions. "I must admit to some concern about Madame Bones's request," Dumbledore continued. "Students are rarely called to formal interviews without their guardians present." The implied question hung in the air. Harry chose his words carefully. "I think it's about what happened last year with Quirrell, sir. Madame Bones mentioned needing my statement for their final report." It wasn't technically a lie. Amelia had indeed referenced the Quirrell incident in her private communications, though Harry suspected it was merely cover for their real discussion. "I see." Dumbledore's expression remained benign, but something calculating flickered in his eyes. "Then I shall escort you myself. The ministry can be a confusing place for first-time visitors." Harry's heart sank. Amelia had likely planned for private conversation, not a supervised interview with Dumbledore present. "That's very kind, sir, but I wouldn't want to take you away from school business," Harry tried. "Nonsense, my boy. Your welfare is my primary concern." Dumbledore stood, indicating the conversation was settled. "We'll travel by Flo, have you used it before?" Minutes later, Harry emerged stumbling from a ministry fireplace, quickly followed by Dumbledore, who steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. The gesture seemed grandfatherly but felt possessive in a way that made Harry instinctively want to step away. "Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore." Amelia's voice cut through the atrium bustle as she approached, her expression betraying only mild surprise at his presence. "I wasn't expecting you to accompany Mr. Potter." "I felt it prudent," Dumbledore replied smoothly, "given Harry's age and the formal nature of your request. His guardians entrusted him to my care, after all." The subtle power play wasn't lost on Harry, who watched both adults carefully. Amelia's face remained professionally neutral, but he recognized the slight tightening around her eyes that indicated frustration. "Of course," she said. "However, as this relates to an ongoing investigation with classified elements, I'm afraid I must invoke Section 3 of the Wisengamot Procedures Act, which allows for private testimony from key witnesses." Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, though his eyes lost their twinkle. "I am Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, Amelia. There are no security clearances that exclude me. True, she acknowledged. But there are ethical considerations regarding conflicts of interest, particularly when the investigation touches on matters where you were directly involved. The tension between them was palpable, cloaked in polite terminology but unmistakable. Harry remained silent, understanding his role in this moment was simply to observe. Finally, Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Perhaps a compromise. I shall wait in your outer office while you conduct your initial interview, and then join for any matters requiring my input. It wasn't really a compromise. Dumbledore was still maintaining control of the situation, but Amelia nodded curtly. Acceptable. This way, please. As they walked through the ministry, Harry noted the respectful nods Amelia received from passing employees. Her authority here was evident, even with Dumbledore's looming presence. In the DMLE, she led them to her office, indicating a waiting area for Dumbledore before ushering Harry inside and closing the door. Immediately, she cast several privacy charms in quick succession. We have perhaps 15 minutes before he finds a pretext to interrupt, she said without preamble. I apologize for the subterfuge, but this couldn't wait. Harry nodded, taking the seat she indicated. Is it about Sirius? Partially. Amelia opened a drawer, removing a file folder. I found compelling evidence that Peter Pettigrew may still be alive. Harry's eyes widened. The friend who Sirius supposedly murdered? Exactly. Ministry records show his Order of Merlin was awarded based on a single finger found at the scene, nothing else. No body, despite the explosion supposedly being powerful enough to kill 12 muggles. And recently, I discovered that the magical trace monitoring typically placed on all wands registered to British wizards picked up activity from Pettigrew's wand 2 years after his death. So Sirius is innocent, Harry breathed. It strongly suggests so, Amelia confirmed. But proving it officially requires finding either Pettigrew himself or someone with direct knowledge of the events willing to testify under Veritaserum. She leaned forward, expression intensely serious. But Harry, that's not the most urgent reason I called you here. There's been another development, one directly concerning you and the events at Hogwarts. She slid a photograph across the desk. It showed a diary, ordinary looking, black leather with the name, T.M. Riddle, embossed on the cover. Mean anything to you? She asked. Harry shook his head. Should it? Tom Marvolo Riddle was a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago, during the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets. He received a special award for services to the school, allegedly for catching the culprit. Her expression darkened. He later became Lord Voldemort. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath him. Voldemort opened the chamber. Then why blame Hagrid? A convenient scapegoat, Amelia replied grimly. One of my sources recently reported that Lucius Malfoy has been seen with this diary, and there are rumors he planted it on a Hogwarts student at the beginning of term. Harry's mind raced through implications. You think the diary is somehow causing the chamber to open again? That someone at Hogwarts has it? It's our working theory. Amelia checked her watch. We have perhaps 5 more minutes. Here's what you need to know, this diary is almost certainly a dark magical object. If you see it or hear of a student with it, do not touch it yourself. Report immediately to Minerva, who's been briefed, or contact me. She handed him a small mirror. Emergency communication. Say my name while holding it to connect directly. For situations where the journal would be too slow. Harry pocketed it carefully. And Sirius? What happens next with his case? I've scheduled a private Wisengamot hearing for January to present the preliminary evidence. With enough support, we can authorize a formal reopening of the case and potentially a trial in absentia if Black can't be located. She hesitated. If successful, it could lead to changes in your guardianship situation, but that would be a longer process. A knock at the door signaled Dumbledore's predictable interruption. Amelia quickly dispelled the privacy charms and adopted a formal demeanor. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Potter. Your statement about the quarrel incident has been most helpful. The door opened to reveal Dumbledore, smiling benignly. Finished already? I hope Harry was able to assist with your report. Quite thoroughly, Amelia replied, standing to indicate the meeting's conclusion. Though I may need to speak with him again as the investigation progresses. Any future interviews should be arranged through appropriate channels, Dumbledore said mildly but firmly. With proper notification to his guardians, of course. The implied restriction was clear. Harry glanced between them, noting the undercurrents of a power struggle that had clearly escalated since the previous year. Of course, Amelia agreed with professional courtesy that did nothing to conceal her determination. The department always follows proper procedures. As they prepared to leave, she addressed Harry directly. Remember what we discussed about vigilance, Mr. Potter. Particularly regarding unusual objects at Hogwarts. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly the reference to the diary. Yes, ma'am. I'll be careful. The warning about the diary took on urgent significance when, shortly after Christmas, Harry discovered the leather-bound journal among Moaning Myrtle's flooded bathroom belongings. Someone had apparently tried to flush it away. T.M. Riddle, he read from the cover, remembering Amelia's photograph with a chill of recognition. What's that? Ron asked, peering over his shoulder. Harry hesitated, recalling Amelia's explicit warning not to touch the diary himself. But it was already in his hands, and nothing bad had happened yet. Perhaps a quick examination before reporting it. It might be connected to the chamber, he said carefully. Let's take it somewhere private. In their dormitory, Harry, Ron, and Hermione examined the diary, finding its pages completely blank despite its apparent age. Why would someone try to get rid of an empty diary? Hermione wondered, casting a revealing spell that showed nothing. Because it's not just a diary, Harry replied, explaining what Amelia had told him about Tom Riddle and the previous chamber opening. You know whose diary? Ron looked horrified. Mate, we should get that thing to McGonagall right now. I will, Harry assured him. But first, I want to try something. Against his better judgment, and definitely against Amelia's instructions, Harry took a quill and wrote in the diary, "Hello, my name is Harry Potter." To their astonishment, the ink disappeared, and new words formed, "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" The three friends exchanged alarmed looks. It writes back, Hermione whispered. Harry, this is seriously dark magic. Harry knew she was right, knew he should stop immediately and take the diary to McGonagall as promised. But a burning curiosity drove him to ask one more question. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? Riddle's reply came quickly, yes. I can show you, if you'd like. Before Harry could decide how to respond, the pages began to turn on their own, stopping at a date in June. The diary glowed, and suddenly Harry felt himself being pulled forward, falling into the page itself and into a memory from 50 years ago. The memory showed him Riddle's version of events, Hagrid supposedly harboring the monster, Riddle heroically capturing him. But Harry recognized the calculated manipulation behind the scene, the too perfect timing, the lack of actual evidence. When he returned to the present, he found Ron and Hermione staring at him in alarm. You disappeared for nearly 5 minutes. Hermione exclaimed. Just, vanished into the book. Harry described what he'd seen, his suspicions about Riddle's trustworthiness, and the absence of any real proof against Hagrid. We need to tell McGonagall, Ron insisted. And you need to use that mirror to contact Madame Bones. Agreed, Harry said, now thoroughly unnerved by the diary's power. He reached for his communication mirror, only to discover it missing from his pocket. It must have fallen out in Myrtle's bathroom, he realized with dismay. We need to go back, but as they reached the door, nearly headless Nick floated through, looking unusually grave. There's been another attack, he announced. A double petrification, Justin Finch-Fletchley and, well, myself, though I'm already dead, so the effect is somewhat different. The teachers are gathering all students in the Great Hall. Harry's stomach dropped. Another attack, precisely when they'd found the diary. Not a coincidence. We'll have to find the mirror later, he told his friends. For now, let's get this to McGonagall immediately. They rushed to the Great Hall, where students gathered in confused clusters while teachers conducted a head count. Harry spotted McGonagall at the front and made directly for her, diary clutched carefully by its edges. "Professor," he said urgently. "I need to speak with you. It's about the chamber." McGonagall's sharp eyes took in his serious expression and the book in his hand. "Follow me, Potter. Granger, Weasley, join your housemates." She led Harry to a small antechamber off the Great Hall and cast privacy charms reminiscent of Amelia's. "What have you found?" she asked without preamble. Harry handed her the diary, explaining its origins, the interaction with Riddle, and the memory he'd witnessed. "Madame Bones warned me about it during our meeting at the Ministry. She said it might be controlling whoever's opening the chamber." McGonagall's lips thinned to a severe line as she examined the diary without opening it. "You were right to bring this to me immediately," she said, though her tone suggested she suspected he hadn't done so quite as promptly as he should have. "There's something else," Harry added. "I can hear the monster in the walls. It's a snake. I hear it speaking Parseltongue about hunting and killing. That's how I've been near the attack scenes." McGonagall's expression shifted from stern to calculating. "A serpent that petrifies rather than kills with venom, and travels through the walls." She seemed to reach a conclusion. "Wait here, Potter." She left briefly, returning with Professor Flitwick, who looked both grave and excited. "Show him the diary, Minerva," he squeaked. "If it's what we suspect." McGonagall handed the diary to Flitwick, who cast several complex diagnostic charms, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "Dark magic, certainly," he confirmed. "Some form of memory preservation beyond standard enchantments. And there's a connection to whoever has been using it, a magical signature trail we might be able to follow." Harry watched this exchange with growing hope. Perhaps they could identify who had the diary before, stop the attacks entirely. "We must inform Amelia," McGonagall decided. "And secure the diary where it can do no further harm." "I have a mirror to contact her," Harry offered, "but I dropped it earlier." "If I could go back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to look for it," "Absolutely not," McGonagall cut him off. "No student is to wander alone while this threat remains active. I will contact Madame Bones through official channels." As they left the antechamber, Harry felt both relief at having handed over the diary and nagging concern about his lost communication mirror. If it had fallen in the bathroom, anyone could find it, possibly even the same person who had tried to dispose of the diary. 2 days later, disaster struck. The diary disappeared from McGonagall's office, apparently stolen during a brief window when she'd been called to assist with a potions accident. That same evening, a new message appeared on the wall where the first had been: "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever," and Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, was missing. The school erupted into chaos. Students were confined to common rooms while teachers searched the castle. The Weasleys were devastated, Ron nearly catatonic with worry. And Harry, watching helplessly as his friend suffered, made a decision that Amelia would definitely not approve of. "I'm going after her," he told Ron and Hermione in the deserted Gryffindor common room. "I think I know where the chamber entrance is." "What? How?" Hermione demanded. "Myrtle's bathroom," Harry explained. "She was the girl who died 50 years ago. What if she never left the place where it happened? And I can hear the monster in the walls near there more often than anywhere else." "I'm coming with you," Ron said immediately, his face pale but determined. "Me too," Hermione insisted. Harry shook his head. "No." "Ron, yes, because it's your sister." "But Hermione, I need you to do something more important. Find my mirror, it must still be in Myrtle's bathroom. Contact Amelia and tell her everything." Hermione looked torn between the desire to help directly and the logic of his plan. And if I can't find the mirror? Then go to McGonagall or Flitwick. Just make sure someone knows where we've gone and why. With a plan hastily formed, they slipped out of the common room under Harry's invisibility cloak. The corridors were eerily empty, most teachers searching the grounds or higher floors. In Myrtle's bathroom, they found the ghost herself, who confirmed Harry's theory with surprising directness. "Oh yes, I died right here," she said almost proudly. "In this very cubicle. I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes over by that sink, and then I just died." The sink she pointed to had a tiny snake etched on one of the copper taps. Harry approached it, somehow knowing what to do. "Open," he commanded in Parseltongue. The sink receded, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide into. "That's it," Ron whispered, staring into the darkness. The chamber entrance. Hermione, who had been searching for the mirror, joined them at the edge. "I can't find it," she reported anxiously. "Someone must have taken it." Harry's heart sank at this complication, but there was no time to waste. New plan. "Hermione, go directly to McGonagall. Tell her we found the entrance and gone after Ginny." "I should come with you," she protested. "We need someone up here," Harry insisted. "Someone who knows where we are if we don't come back." The reality of what they were attempting settled over them. They were 12-year-old wizards preparing to face an ancient monster and possibly Voldemort himself. "Be careful," Hermione said finally, hugging them both quickly before rushing from the bathroom. Harry turned to Ron. "Last chance to back out." Ron's freckled face was pale but resolute. "It's Ginny down there. I'm coming." With a nod, Harry sat on the edge of the pipe and pushed off, sliding into darkness with Ron following close behind. The Chamber of Secrets was vast and dimly lit, ancient pillars carved with serpents rising to a ceiling lost in shadows. At the far end stood a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, and at its feet lay a small figure with flame-red hair. "Ginny!" Ron cried, rushing forward. But Harry grabbed his arm, holding him back. Something wasn't right. A tall, handsome boy of about 16 leaned against a nearby pillar, twirling a wand between his fingers and watching them with amused interest. "She won't wake," said Tom Riddle, for Harry recognized him instantly from the diary's memory. "What do you mean?" Ron demanded. "What have you done to her?" Riddle smiled, a cold, calculating expression. "Your sister has been writing in my diary for months, pouring her soul into me. So trusting, so naive, sharing all her worries and fears. And I wrote back, sympathizing, understanding, becoming her closest friend. You," Harry realized. "You made her open the chamber." "Very good, Harry Potter," Riddle nodded appreciatively. "Yes, little Ginny opened the Chamber of Secrets. She wrote the threatening messages on the walls. She set the Serpent of Slytherin on the Mudbloods and the Squibs cat. All under my influence." As Riddle spoke, his form seemed to solidify, becoming less ghostly and more substantial. Beside Ginny lay the diary, ominously open. "She's still alive," Riddle continued, "but barely. As she grows weaker, I grow stronger. Soon, I will leave the pages of the diary fully restored, while Ginny Weasley dies." "Not going to happen," Harry said firmly, drawing his wand. "We'll stop you and save her." Riddle laughed, high and cold in a way that sent chills down Harry's spine. "With what? That wand? You're nothing but a lucky baby who somehow defeated the greatest wizard of all time through mere chance." "Dumbledore's the greatest wizard," Ron shot back defiantly. "Dumbledore has been driven from this castle by the mere memory of me," Riddle sneered. Then his expression shifted, becoming curious. "But you, Harry Potter. I'm very interested in you. How did a baby with no extraordinary magical talent manage to defeat Lord Voldemort? How did you escape with nothing but a scar, while Voldemort's powers were destroyed? Why do you care?" Harry asked, though a terrible suspicion was forming. Voldemort was after your time. Riddle's smile widened. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. He wrote in fiery letters in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with a wave of Ginny's stolen wand, the letters rearranged themselves, I am Lord Voldemort. You see, he whispered. I already used a new name at Hogwarts, among friends I knew would someday bow to my power. Did you think I would keep my filthy Muggle father's name forever? As the horrible truth sank in, Harry tried to stall, to think of a plan. Ron had edged closer to Ginny, clearly hoping to drag her to safety if given the chance. You're not even real, Harry challenged. Just a memory preserved in a book. A memory that was powerful enough to control a foolish little girl and make her do my bidding, Riddle countered. And now, Harry Potter, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the power of Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter. He turned to the statue of Slytherin and hissed in Parseltongue, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth began to open, revealing a dark tunnel from which something massive was emerging. Run! Harry shouted to Ron. Take Ginny if you can, but get out. The basilisk obeys only me, Riddle declared triumphantly as an enormous serpent slithered from the statue's mouth. Let's see how you fare against the King of Serpents, Harry Potter. Harry closed his eyes instantly, remembering the deadly gaze of a basilisk from his research with Hermione. He heard Ron dragging Ginny's limp form away, hopefully toward the entrance. Kill him, Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. Harry backed away blindly, desperately trying to think. Without sight, he was at an impossible disadvantage, but looking meant instant death. Suddenly, music filled the chamber, beautiful, unearthly phoenix song that somehow bolstered his courage. Something landed heavily next to him, and he risked squinting through nearly closed eyes to see a magnificent crimson bird dropping a ragged bundle at his feet. The Sorting Hat. Fawkes. Harry whispered, recognizing Dumbledore's phoenix. What? He had no time to question this strange assistance. The basilisk was striking, and he dove aside, grabbing the Sorting Hat as he rolled. To his amazement, something heavy fell into his hand from within the hat, a gleaming silver sword with rubies embedded in the hilt. The phoenix attacked the basilisk directly, puncturing its deadly eyes with sharp talons. Blinded, the serpent thrashed in pain and rage, but was now as hampered by lack of vision as Harry had been. No! Riddle screamed. Leave the bird. Kill the boy. Smell him out. The basilisk lunged again, guided by sound and scent. Harry raised the sword, his hands steadier than they had any right to be. As the massive serpent struck, he thrust upward with all his strength, driving the blade through the roof of its mouth and into its brain. Victory came at a cost. One of the basilisk's fangs sank deeply into Harry's arm, sending burning poison through his veins. As he staggered back, pulling the sword free, he felt death approaching with terrifying speed. You're dying, Potter, Riddle observed with clinical interest. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. See how he cries. Indeed, Fawkes had landed beside Harry, pearly tears falling onto the wound. But rather than the agony worsening, Harry felt it recede, the wound beginning to heal under the phoenix's magical tears. Phoenix tears, Riddle realized with sudden alarm. Healing powers. I forgot. As strength returned to his limbs, Harry knew what he had to do. The diary lay open beside Ginny's motionless form. Without hesitation, he crawled toward it, basilisk fang in hand. No. Riddle lunged forward, but too late. Harry plunged the fang into the heart of the diary. Ink spurted from it like blood, and Riddle screamed, a terrible, echoing scream as his form twisted and shattered into nothingness. In the sudden silence that followed, Ginny stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Harry, she whispered weakly. What, where am I? What's happened? Before he could answer, running footsteps echoed through the chamber. Harry turned, sword still in hand, to see a sight that made his heart leap with relief. Amelia Bones, wand drawn and ready, sprinted into view with Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore himself close behind. Her eyes widened at the tableau before her, the dead basilisk, Harry bleeding but alive, Ginny beginning to sit up, Ron helping his sister, and the destroyed diary leaking ink onto the stone floor. "Harry," she breathed, momentarily dropping her professional demeanor in shock. Then, recovering quickly, "Is everyone all right? Are you hurt?" "Basilisk Fong," Harry explained, holding up his wounded arm where Fawkes's tears still worked their healing magic. But Fawkes helped. Amelia moved forward, kneeling to examine his injury with the practiced eye of someone familiar with magical wounds. "Phoenix tears," she observed. "Extremely fortunate." Behind her, Dumbledore surveyed the scene with grave intensity, his usual twinkling demeanor replaced by something harder and more calculating. "Most impressive, Harry," he said finally. "But extremely reckless. You might have been killed." "Ginny would have died if we'd waited," Harry replied, meeting the headmaster's gaze directly. "The diary was draining her life to resurrect Riddle." "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore nodded. "I suspected as much when Professor McGonagall described the diary." As they helped the children to their feet, preparing to leave the chamber, Harry found himself walking beside Amelia, slightly separated from the others. "How did you get here so quickly?" he asked quietly. "Hermione found my mirror," she replied, her voice equally low. "It wasn't missing, it had fallen beneath a sink. She contacted me immediately after you entered the chamber." Harry nodded, relieved that their backup plan had worked. "The diary, we'll discuss it later," she interrupted as Dumbledore glanced back at them. "For now, focus on recovering." The aftermath unfolded in Dumbledore's office, where the full story emerged: Ginny's possession, Riddle's manipulation, the attacks, and finally the confrontation in the chamber. The Weasleys arrived, tearfully embracing their daughter and thanking Harry profusely for saving her. Throughout the explanations, Harry noticed Dumbledore watching him with that same calculating gaze, particularly when Harry described hearing the basilisk through the walls. "Parseltongue is an unusual gift," the headmaster commented. "One traditionally associated with Slytherin's line. Yet Harry used it to defeat Slytherin's monster," Amelia pointed out smoothly. "Perhaps demonstrating that abilities themselves are neutral, it's the choices we make that define us." The subtle challenge in her statement wasn't lost on Dumbledore, whose eyes narrowed slightly before he nodded. "Indeed, Madam Bones. A most insightful observation." When the initial explanations concluded, Dumbledore suggested the children visit the hospital wing for examination. As they prepared to leave, he added casually, "Harry, if you wouldn't mind staying a moment. There are a few additional questions about the diary I'd like to ask." Harry hesitated, glancing at Amelia, who immediately intervened. "As head of the DMLE, I'll need to be present for any further questioning," she said firmly. "This incident involves multiple serious crimes, including attempted murder and possession of a Class A dark object." "Of course," Dumbledore conceded with apparent graciousness. "Though I was hoping for a more informal conversation." "Official procedures exist for good reasons," Amelia replied, echoing the very philosophy she'd been teaching Harry for years. "Especially in cases this serious." The tension between them was palpable as Harry, Amelia, and Dumbledore remained in the office after the others departed. For several long moments, no one spoke, each measuring the others carefully. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence. "The diary troubles me greatly," he said, examining the ruined book on his desk. "Not merely for what it did, but for what it suggests about Voldemort's methods of survival." "It was more than a memory," Harry offered, recalling Riddle's increasing solidity as Ginny weakened. "He was feeding on her somehow. Becoming real. A form of soul magic," Dumbledore confirmed grimly. "Extremely dark, extremely rare." Amelia leaned forward. "You recognize it specifically?" "I have suspicions," Dumbledore hedged. "But without further research, I wouldn't want to speculate irresponsibly." Harry recognized the deliberate withholding of information, another piece in Dumbledore's controlled narrative. Before he could press further, Amelia changed tactics. Harry's actions today were extraordinarily brave, she stated. He faced Voldemort directly for the second time and prevailed through quick thinking and moral courage. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed readily. Few grown wizards could have accomplished what Harry did today. Which raises questions about why a 12-year-old was put in that position at all, Amelia continued, her voice hardening slightly. This is the second year running that students have faced life-threatening dangers within Hogwarts. As both head of the DMLE and a concerned guardian figure, I find this pattern deeply troubling. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, but Harry noticed his hands tighten slightly on his desk. Hogwarts has always faced unique challenges as the foremost magical school in Britain. When Voldemort specifically targets the institution, those challenges intensify. Yet basic security measures seem consistently inadequate, Amelia pressed. A possessed teacher last year, a deadly basilisk this year, both accessing the school through means that should have been monitored or blocked. What exactly are you suggesting, Madam Bones? Dumbledore asked, his tone still pleasant but with a definite edge. That the Board of Governors might wish to review security protocols, she replied evenly. And that parents deserve reassurance their children won't face mortal peril in their place of education. The implied threat of official investigation hung in the air. Harry watched the exchange with fascination, seeing for the first time how Amelia operated in her professional capacity, firm, logical, and utterly unintimidated by Dumbledore's stature. A reasonable concern, Dumbledore finally acknowledged. Though I would point out that today's events demonstrate the effectiveness of Hogwarts' ultimate security measure, Fawkes only comes to those who demonstrate true loyalty to the school. An impressive fail-safe, Amelia agreed with a hint of sarcasm. Though perhaps supplementary measures might prevent children from needing Phoenix intervention in the first place. Before Dumbledore could respond, she stood. Harry needs medical attention and rest. We can continue this discussion after he's been properly treated. The dismissal was polite but firm. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore didn't object, merely nodding with that same calculating look. Of course. Harry has more than earned his rest today. He fixed Harry with an intent gaze. I would be most interested to continue our conversation about the diary at a later date, however. There may be connections to explore that could prove vital to understanding Voldemort's methods. After proper recovery and with appropriate supervision, Amelia stipulated. As they left the office, Harry felt the weight of what had transpired settling on him. He had faced Voldemort again and survived. He had saved Ginny. But something in Dumbledore's reaction to the diary suggested deeper implications that neither he nor Amelia fully understood yet. In the corridor outside, away from portraits and potential listening charms, Amelia spoke quietly. We need to talk properly about everything that happened, but not here. I'll arrange a meeting during your recovery period. Harry nodded, suddenly feeling the exhaustion of the day's events catching up to him. The diary was like nothing I've ever felt before, he murmured. It was, alive somehow. Evil. Amelia's expression darkened. I fear it may be connected to how Voldemort survived that night with your parents. Dumbledore knows more than he's saying. He always does, Harry replied with a weariness beyond his years. They had reached the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey waited impatiently to examine her newest patient. Before Harry entered, Amelia placed a hand briefly on his shoulder, a rare public display of the connection between them. You did well today, she said simply. I'm proud of how you handled yourself in an impossible situation. Coming from Amelia, with her high standards and typical reserve, the praise meant everything. Harry managed a tired smile. I had a good teacher. Something flickered in her eyes, warmth, pride, and something deeper that Harry couldn't quite identify. Then her professional mask returned as Madame Pomfrey ushered him inside, already clucking about basilisk venom and reckless young wizards. The remainder of the school year passed in a blur of recovery, exams, and celebration. Ginny gradually regained her spirits, though the experience had left lasting shadows. The petrified victims were successfully revived with Mandrake restorative draft. And to everyone's surprise, Dumbledore announced that all exams were cancelled as a school treat, though Hermione looked more disappointed than relieved by this news. Most significantly for Harry, Lucius Malfoy was removed as a school governor after evidence emerged connecting him to the diary incident. Though no criminal charges could be proven, his political influence suffered a serious blow. On the Hogwarts Express returning to London, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Susan shared a compartment, discussing the year's events and summer plans. "Auntie's arranged for you to visit us for 2 weeks in August," Susan told Harry, passing him a formal-looking letter. "All above board, she's invited the Dursleys to recognize your heroic actions at school with a proper wizarding acknowledgement." Harry grinned at the clever approach. "They'll hate the idea of anything magical but love the suggestion that they're connected to someone important. They'll probably let me go just to brag to the neighbors." "Brilliant," Ron declared. "And then you can come to the Burrow after. Dad's won a prize drawing at work. We're visiting Bill in Egypt for part of the summer, but we'll be back in time for your birthday." As his friends discussed summer adventures, Harry felt a contentment he'd never experienced before his first year at Hogwarts. He had friends who understood him, adults who cared for him, and a growing network of support that extended beyond Privet Drive. But beneath the contentment lay unresolved questions. Dumbledore's interest in the diary and what it represented. The continuing investigation into Sirius Black's innocence. And the subtle power struggle between Dumbledore and Amelia that seemed to intensify with each confrontation. Harry's second year at Hogwarts had taught him something critical, that the shadows cast by Voldemort's first rise to power still influenced everything around him, from ministry politics to Hogwarts security to his own complicated guardianship situation. Understanding those shadows, and the secrets they concealed, would be essential to navigating whatever came next. As the train pulled into King's Cross, he made a silent resolution to use the summer to prepare, not just with spells and magical knowledge, but with the strategic thinking Amelia had been cultivating in him since age 5. Something told him his third year would bring even greater challenges than the first 2 combined. He wasn't wrong. Chapter 3, Truth and Trust. Harry woke on his 17th birthday to magic crackling across his skin like lightning. He sat bolt upright in his bed at Grimmauld Place, heart racing as waves of power surged through him. The sensation wasn't painful exactly, more overwhelming, as if something long compressed had suddenly broken free. "What the?" he gasped, watching actual sparks dance from his fingertips in the pre-dawn darkness. His bedroom door burst open, and Sirius stood there in rumpled pajamas, wand drawn. "Harry? You all right?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, staring at his hands as the magical surge began to stabilize. "Something's happening." Sirius lowered his wand, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Magical majority," he said. "Your 17th birthday. But this." He gestured at the visible magic still coursing around Harry. "This isn't normal. Even James didn't have this kind of surge." Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, trying to center himself as another wave of magic rippled through him. For years had transformed the skinny 13-year-old who'd first met his godfather into a tall, lean young man whose power was now literally visible. "We need to call Amelia," Harry decided, reaching for the communication mirror on his bedside table. 5 minutes later, the flue in the drawing room flared green, and Amelia Bones stepped through, her normally immaculate appearance slightly disheveled from the early hour. At 43, she remained an imposing figure, her practical brown hair now streaked with occasional silver, laugh lines at the corners of her eyes the only concession to passing years. Her eyes widened at the sight of Harry, around whom magic still visibly swirled. "I suspected this might happen," she said, immediately drawing her wand and casting diagnostic charms. "But not quite so dramatically." "You knew?" Harry asked, not accusingly but with genuine curiosity. Amelia nodded grimly. "We've dismantled most of Dumbledore's spells over the years, but a few were tied specifically to your magical majority, set to dissolve naturally when you turn 17. What you're experiencing is the final release of magical bindings he placed when you were a baby. Bindings that somehow survived 16 years of you two working against them. Sirius asked skeptically. Hard to believe anything could last that long against Amelia Bones on a mission. Despite the situation, Harry smiled slightly. The strange friendship between his godfather and Amelia had developed over the 4 years since they'd proven Sirius's innocence and secured his freedom. Initial wariness had given way to mutual respect, then genuine affection built on their shared devotion to Harry's well-being. Some of Dumbledore's work was incredibly sophisticated, Amelia explained, continuing her diagnostic spells. Designed to adapt and integrate so deeply with Harry's core magic that removing them completely would have been dangerous. We've been weakening them gradually, but the final dissolution was always going to be significant. Is it dangerous? Harry asked, concentrating on controlling the surges that still occasionally pulsed through him. Not if we handle it properly. Amelia completed her examination. Your magic is stabilizing already, adapting to its full, unrestricted capacity. But there's something else. She frowned, casting another, more complex diagnostic spell that created a three-dimensional magical representation of Harry's core. Within the glowing blue sphere that represented his magic, a small, dark mass pulsed ominously. What is that? Sirius demanded, leaning closer to the magical image. Amelia's expression darkened. Something we've suspected but never been able to confirm until now. A foreign magical signature attached to your core. I believe it's connected to your scar, and to Voldemort. Harry touched his lightning scar reflexively. After years of pain and visions whenever Voldemort experienced strong emotions, he'd grown accustomed to the connection. But seeing it visualized so clearly was disturbing. Can we remove it? He asked quietly. Now that the bindings are released, yes, Amelia replied. But it's complex magic, and timing is critical. Dumbledore must have known about this. The bindings weren't just limiting your power, they were containing this foreign element too. Always the chess master, Sirius muttered bitterly. Even when he's been gone a year. The reminder of Dumbledore's death the previous summer hung heavily in the air. Despite their complicated relationship with the former headmaster, his murder at Snape's hands had shaken the wizarding world profoundly. We need to act quickly, Amelia continued. The Ministry will detect this magical surge, it's too powerful to hide. And with Scrimgeour's administration increasingly compromised, they'll likely send someone to investigate. As if summoned by her words, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded through the wall, speaking in Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice. Ministry monitoring detected major magical disturbance at Grimmauld. Yaxley dispatching investigation team. Suspected Death Eater sympathizers included. 10 minutes. Harry, Sirius, and Amelia exchanged grim looks. So much for our quiet birthday celebration, Harry said dryly. We need to move, Amelia decided. Grimmauld is still protected by the Fidelius, but if they're sending people who already know the location. Dumbledore shared the secret with the entire Order, Sirius confirmed grimly. And we know the Order's been compromised since his death. Harry stood, his magic now mostly under control though still occasionally crackling visibly. Amelia, you mentioned timing being critical for removing this, he gestured to the dark mass in his magical core visualization. How long do you need? Ideally, a prepared ritual space, specific materials, and at least 3 hours, she replied. But we clearly don't have that luxury. Harry's mind raced through options with the strategic clarity Amelia had nurtured in him since childhood. Could we get to Bones Manor? Use your family's ritual space. Amelia shook her head. Also compromised. The Ministry's been monitoring my property since I resigned as head of DMLE. After Scrimgeour had taken office following Fudge's removal, Amelia had initially remained at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But as the new minister gradually allowed Death Eater sympathizers into positions of power, she'd resigned in protest, unwilling to enforce increasingly draconian policies. We need somewhere with existing protective magic, Harry thought aloud. Somewhere connected to my family, where this foreign magic would be naturally rejected. Godric's Hollow, Sirius suggested suddenly. The Potter Cottage. The ground is still saturated with Lily's protective magic, that's why the Ministry preserved it as a historical site rather than rebuilding. It could work, Amelia agreed, looking thoughtful. The sacrificial protection that saved you as a baby would create the perfect environment for expelling Voldemort's magical fragment. Then let's go, Harry said, already moving to gather essentials. Sirius, can you create a diversion for the Ministry team? His godfather grinned wolfishly. Leave it to me. I'll make them think you've gone in the opposite direction, then meet you at the cottage. As they prepared to leave, Harry caught Amelia studying him with an expression he couldn't quite read, something beyond her usual protective concern, something that made his heart beat slightly faster despite the danger. What? He asked, pausing in his preparations. Just noting how much you've changed, she replied. The boy I found at Privet Drive would never have taken command so naturally. I had a good teacher, Harry said simply, holding her gaze for a moment before returning to gathering what they needed. Godric's Hollow in the early morning light looked peaceful, the small wizarding village not yet awake. Harry, now properly dressed and with his magic under better control, followed Amelia through the quiet streets toward the outskirts where his parents' cottage stood. I've never actually been here, he admitted quietly. Not since that night. Amelia glanced at him. I assumed Dumbledore would have brought you at some point. Harry shook his head. Too many painful memories, he said. But I think he just didn't want me connecting to my parents' legacy too strongly. Might have given me ideas about independence. The bitterness in his tone wasn't new. The past 4 years had revealed increasingly troubling aspects of Dumbledore's plans for him, each discovery eroding the respect Harry had once held for the headmaster. They reached the cottage, which stood frozen in time, one side blasted open, preserved exactly as it had been the night Voldemort attacked. Magic thrummed in the air around it, a combination of preservation spells and the lingering echo of Lily Potter's sacrifice. The Ministry added protective barriers after declaring it a monument, Amelia explained, drawing her wand. But as head of DMLE, I had access codes. They shouldn't have changed them yet. She cast a complex sequence of spells at the invisible barrier surrounding the property. For a tense moment, nothing happened, then the air shimmered, and a doorway appeared in the magical barrier. We have about 30 minutes before the breach is detected, she warned as they stepped through. Inside the cottage, Harry felt an immediate connection, not to the tragedy that had occurred there, but to the magic that still permeated the walls. His own power responded, the occasional surges synchronizing with the ambient magic rather than fighting it. This way, Amelia directed, leading him to what had been the nursery. The room where everything had changed. Where Lily Potter had stood between her son and death. Where Voldemort had fallen and somehow left a piece of himself behind in Harry's scar. Amelia worked quickly, transforming the damaged room into a ritual space. She conjured a circle of salt, placed candles at cardinal points, and removed a small silver knife from her robes. This will require blood magic, she explained, her expression serious. Your blood, freely given, to reject what was forcibly taken. Harry nodded, rolling up his sleeve without hesitation. What do you need me to do? Stand in the center of the circle. When I begin the incantation, you'll need to focus on expelling the foreign magic. Imagine pushing it out through your scar. As Harry took his position, Amelia hesitated. This will hurt, she warned. Possibly as much as when he possessed you at the Ministry. The memory of Voldemort's possession 2 years ago, the excruciating pain of the Dark Wizard forcing his way into Harry's mind in the Ministry atrium, remained one of his worst. But Harry had long since learned that necessary pain was different from needless suffering. I can handle it, he assured her. Amelia nodded once, then carefully cut Harry's palm, letting 7 drops of blood fall at specific points around him. She began chanting in Latin, her wand moving in intricate patterns that left trails of silver light in the air. The ambient magic of the cottage responded, rising to meet her spell work. Harry felt his scar begin to burn, slowly at first, then with increasing intensity until it felt like a white-hot wire pressed against his forehead. He gritted his teeth, focusing as instructed on pushing the foreign presence out. Years of occlumency training with Amelia, far more effective than Snape's brutal lessons, had given him precise control over his mental boundaries. He envisioned the dark mass from the diagnostic spell, imagined it being forced through the lightning bolt scar and away from his core. The pain escalated until his vision blurred with it. Through watering eyes, he saw Amelia continuing the ritual, her face set in lines of intense concentration as sweat beaded on her brow from the magical exertion. Something within him tore, not physically, but magically, and Harry fell to his knees as a black, oily substance began to seep from his scar. It hovered in the air before him, writhing like a living thing trying to find its way back into him. Regitio hostem. Amelia commanded, her wand slashing downward. The black substance convulsed violently, then dissipated in a shower of dark sparks and an unearthly scream that made both of them flinch. Harry collapsed fully, gasping as the pain receded and was replaced by an extraordinary sensation of lightness. His magic, already powerful from the breaking bindings, now flowed even more freely, uncontaminated by the foreign presence that had resided within him for 16 years. "It's done," Amelia said, her voice hoarse with exertion as she knelt beside him. "How do you feel?" "Like I've been carrying a weight I never knew about," Harry replied, slowly sitting up. "Everything feels clearer." Amelia cast another diagnostic charm, revealing his magical core now completely free of the dark mass. "Perfect extraction," she confirmed, relief evident in her voice. "And no trace remaining." Harry looked at her closely, noticing the toll the ritual had taken. "Are you all right?" That looked intense. "Blood magic always is," she admitted, sitting back on her heels. "Especially performed hastily and without proper preparation. But it was necessary." Before Harry could respond, a silver dog Patronus bounded into the room, Sirius's voice sounding urgent, ministry team delayed but regrouping. Yaxley personally leading second wave. "Get out now. Meet at backup location." They exchanged grim looks. "The backup location is Shell Cottage," Amelia explained as they quickly erased all evidence of the ritual. "Bill and Fleur Weasley's home. Under Fidelius with Bill as secret keeper." "How do we get there if we don't know the secret?" Harry asked, gathering his things. Amelia pulled a sealed envelope from her pocket. "Bill gave this to me months ago as a precaution. It contains the secret, written in his hand. Once you read it, you'll be able to find the cottage." Harry opened the envelope, reading the single line inside: "Shell Cottage is located on the outskirts of Tinworth in Cornwall." The knowledge settled into his mind, creating the magical awareness of a location previously hidden from him. "Ready?" Amelia asked, holding out her arm for side-along apparition. Harry shook his head. "I'll apparate myself. After what just happened, I think my magic needs exercise." Something like pride flickered in Amelia's eyes. "Meet you there." With twin cracks, they disappeared from the cottage moments before the first ministry investigators breached the property line. Shell Cottage perched on a cliff overlooking the sea, its whitewashed walls gleaming in the morning sunlight. Harry and Amelia arrived simultaneously, their apparition barely disturbing the tall grasses that surrounded the property. Sirius was already there, pacing anxiously on the small porch. He rushed forward as they approached. "Thank Merlin." "Did it work?" "Completely," Amelia confirmed. "The foreign element has been removed." Sirius studied Harry intently, then broke into a wide grin. "I can see the difference. You look lighter somehow." Inside the cottage, they found Bill and Fleur Weasley preparing breakfast, along with an unexpected guest, Susan Bones, now a confident young woman of 17, her aunt's determined expression mirrored in her own features. "Happy birthday, Harry," she greeted him warmly. "Though it seems you're celebrating in typical Potter fashion, with chaos and drama." Harry laughed, the tension of the morning's events beginning to ease. Would you expect anything else? As they settled around the kitchen table with tea and breakfast, Amelia briefed the others on what had happened. So the Ministry's actively hunting Harry now? Bill asked, his scarred face concerned. Not officially, Amelia clarified. Officially, they're investigating a magical disturbance. But with Yaxley personally involved. He's been Voldemort's man inside the Ministry for months, Sirius added grimly. Taking over where Malfoy left off after his arrest. What exactly was that thing in Harry's scar? Susan asked, looking troubled. Amelia exchanged a glance with Harry before responding. We've suspected for some time that when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, it left more than just a physical mark. Today confirmed it, a fragment of Voldemort's magic had attached itself to Harry's core. Like possession? Fleur asked, her accent still pronounced despite years in England. More like contamination, Amelia corrected. It wasn't controlling Harry, but it was creating a connection between them and potentially influencing his magic in subtle ways. And Dumbledore knew, Harry added quietly. That's why he placed the bindings, to contain the fragment and prevent it from growing. Bill leaned forward, his Cursebreaker's expertise engaged. But containment isn't removal. If he knew it was there, why not extract it years ago? The question hung heavily in the air. It was Susan who finally voiced what they were all thinking. Because he needed it there, she said slowly. The connection to Voldemort was useful to him somehow. Harry nodded, pieces falling into place that he'd been assembling for years. It let me see into Voldemort's mind. Gave us intelligence we couldn't get any other way. At the cost of your suffering, Sirius growled. Typical Dumbledore calculation. There's more, Amelia said, her expression grave. Based on what we've learned about the diary Harry destroyed in his second year, and the ring that cursed Dumbledore's hand before his death, I believe these fragments are all connected. They're pieces of Voldemort himself, what's known as Horcruxes. The Cursebreakers in the room, Bill and Fleur, both paled visibly. Soul containers, Bill whispered. The darkest magic imaginable. You think you know who split his soul? Fleur asked, horrified. Multiple times. Amelia nodded grimly. It would explain his survival when his body was destroyed. And why Dumbledore was hunting specific objects during his final year. The locket, Harry realized suddenly. The one Dumbledore died trying to obtain. That must have been another one. Which RAB had already taken, Sirius added, referencing the mysterious note they'd found in the fake locket. His eyes widened. Wait, RAB Regulus Arcturus Black. My brother. The conversation exploded from there, connections forming rapidly as years of separate investigations suddenly aligned. Regulus Black's defection from the Death Eaters. The mysterious locket creature had protected. The diadem Harry had glimpsed in the room of requirement while hiding his potions book the previous year. So we need to find and destroy these Horcruxes before Voldemort can be defeated permanently, Harry summarized as the discussion settled. The diary and ring are gone. My scar fragment is gone. That leaves the locket, potentially the diadem, and who knows what else. Dumbledore's notes might tell us, Bill suggested. McGonagall has been sorting through his personal effects at Hogwarts. And I can question Creature about Regulus and the locket, Sirius added. As the others began planning next steps, Harry noticed Amelia watching him with that same unreadable expression from earlier. When their eyes met, she nodded toward the door, silently suggesting they step outside. On the cliff's edge overlooking the churning sea, they stood side by side, the wind whipping around them. There's something I need to tell you, Amelia said after a moment. Something I've put off for too long. Harry turned to face her, suddenly aware of how the years had shifted their dynamic. He was no longer a child looking up at a protective adult but a young man standing eye to eye with a woman he'd come to admire profoundly. I'm listening, he said simply. Amelia took a breath, uncharacteristically hesitant. When I found you at age 5, my interest was professional at first. A case of potential magical endangerment, abuse of guardianship powers. But it became personal very quickly. I know, Harry nodded. You've never hidden that you care about me. It's more complicated than that, she continued. The night of the Death Eater attack, when you were 5, I cast a protection spell to link us. A variation of a guardian's oath, tied to the bracelet I gave you. Harry touched his wrist reflexively, where he still wore the silver bracelet she'd given him all those years ago, now magically expanded to fit his adult size. I remember, he said. You said if I was ever afraid or in danger, I could call you through it. What I didn't explain was the nature of the oath, Amelia continued. It wasn't a standard protective enchantment. It was a life bond, an ancient form of magical guardianship that creates a permanent connection between protector and protected. Harry's eyes widened slightly. Permanent? You've been magically connected to me all this time. She nodded. It allows me to sense when you're in serious danger, to find you anywhere regardless of wards or distance, to channel protective magic to you in moments of crisis. Like when the Dementors attacked in Little Whinging before 5th year, Harry realized. My Patronus was stronger than it should have been. Yes, she confirmed. The bond has strengthened over time, especially as you've grown into your power. Harry studied her face, sensing there was more she wasn't saying. Why tell me this now? After all these years? Amelia met his gaze directly, her professional mask dropping completely to reveal raw honesty. Because your magical majority changes things. The bond was initially formed between protector and child. Now that you're an adult, it evolves. Evolves how? It becomes reciprocal, she explained. You'll begin to sense when I'm in danger too. And more importantly, the nature of the bond itself transforms. It no longer defines our relationship as guardian and ward but as equals. Something in her tone made Harry's heart beat faster. Equals in what way? That depends entirely on us, she replied carefully. On what we choose. The magic simply removes the hierarchical element that existed while you were underage. Harry processed this information, years of interactions with Amelia suddenly appearing in a new light. The way she'd always treated him with respect even as a child. How she prepared him for independence rather than fostering dependence. Her occasional moments of personal vulnerability that had become more frequent as he'd grown older. Does this bond influence feelings? He asked, the question emerging before he could reconsider it. Amelia shook her head firmly. No. It creates connection, not emotion. Any feelings that exist between us are entirely our own. The implication that there were feelings to discuss hung in the air between them. Harry found himself suddenly hyper-aware of Amelia as a woman rather than simply his longtime protector, her strength, her intelligence, her unwavering loyalty, even her physical presence in the morning light. I've always admired you, he said finally. Respected you. Trusted you more than anyone. And I've watched you grow from a brave, mistreated child into an extraordinary young man, she replied, her voice softening. But Harry, there's no expectation here. I'm telling you about the bond because you deserve to know, not because, I know, he interrupted gently. That's who you are. Always honest, always doing what's right regardless of personal cost. He took a step closer. It's one of the things I've always loathed. A silvery weasel Patronus bounded up the cliff, interrupting the moment with Arthur Weasley's urgent voice, Ministry fallen. Scrimgeour dead. Thickness installed as minister. They're coming. Their eyes met, the unfinished conversation suspended as reality crashed back. We need to warn the others, Harry said, already turning back toward the cottage. Harry, Amelia caught his arm, her expression intensely serious. We'll finish this conversation when we can. But know this, whatever comes next, we face it together. As equals. He covered her hand with his own, a brief touch that communicated more than words could. Together. The next days passed in a blur of movement and planning. With the ministry now openly under Voldemort's control, nowhere was truly safe. They relocated frequently, using properties connected to the Order of the Phoenix, Amelia's network of trusted former Aurors, and Sirius's surprisingly extensive black family holdings. The Horcrux hunt progressed in fits and starts. Creature revealed that the original locket had been stolen by Mundungus Fletcher, who had subsequently lost it to Dolores Umbridge. Intelligence from Kingsley Shacklebolt, now operating undercover within the corrupted ministry, confirmed that Umbridge wore it daily as she presided over the newly established Muggleborn Registration Commission. "We need to infiltrate the ministry," Harry announced during a strategy session at a safe house in the Scottish Highlands. "Absolutely not," Sirius objected immediately. "They've got your face plastered on undesirable number 1 posters across the country. Which is why Polyjuice Potion exists," Harry countered calmly. "We can't let Umbridge keep that locket, not when we finally know where it is." Amelia, who had been studying ministry security reports provided by their remaining allies, looked up. "It could work," she said thoughtfully. "But not as a smash-and-grab operation. We'd need precise intelligence, multiple contingencies, and a team of at least 4. "I volunteer," Susan said immediately. "As do I," Hermione added. She and Ron had joined their group after narrowly escaping a Death Eater attack on Bill and Fleur's wedding. Planning consumed the next week. Through careful reconnaissance and Kingsley's intelligence, they identified ministry workers they could safely impersonate, mapped security protocols, and established emergency extraction routes. The night before the operation, Harry found Amelia alone in the safehouse's small library, reviewing building schematics one final time. "You should rest," he said, closing the door behind him. She looked up with a tired smile. "I could say the same to you." Harry took a seat across from her, studying her face in the lamplight. Despite the chaos around them, they'd maintained their usual working rhythm, the strategic partnership developed over years of preparation and shared dangers. But the interrupted conversation at Shell Cottage lingered between them, creating a new undercurrent in their interactions. "I keep thinking about the bond you described," Harry said after a moment. "How it's changed now that I'm of age." Amelia set down her papers, giving him her full attention. "What about it?" "I've been testing it," he admitted. "Seeing if I can sense you the way you've always seemed to sense me. And I can, not constantly, but in flashes. Especially when you're concerned or focused intensely." "That's normal," she nodded. "The connection isn't designed to be intrusive, just enough awareness to provide protection when needed." Harry leaned forward slightly. "But it's more than just awareness, isn't it? There's a resonance when we work together. I've always felt it, but now I understand it better." Amelia's expression softened. "Yes. Magical compatibility. Our cores recognize each other." "Is that common?" "No," she admitted. "It's quite rare, actually. Even within family bonds." Harry absorbed this information, a question forming that he wasn't sure he should ask. But their relationship had always been built on honesty. "Amelia," he said finally, using her first name as he had increasingly done since turning 17, "when did you realize the bond was changing?" "Not just now, when I reached majority, but before." She held his gaze steadily. "I noticed the shift beginning about 2 years ago, when you turned 15. The hierarchical aspect began fading as you grew into your own power and made independent choices. And with it," he pressed gently. "My perception of you changed," she acknowledged, her usual directness not failing her even in this delicate conversation. "Not overnight, but gradually. I found myself seeing you less as someone to protect and more as someone to respect as an equal partner." "And now?" Harry asked, his heart beating faster. Amelia studied him for a long moment before responding. "Now I see a young man of exceptional courage and integrity. Someone who's faced more darkness in 17 years than most wizards see in a lifetime, yet remains fundamentally compassionate. Someone I trust completely." She paused. Someone I care for deeply, in ways that have evolved beyond what I ever anticipated. The admission hung in the air between them, honest but carefully framed. Harry recognized the restraint behind her words, her awareness of their age difference, their history, the complexity of their connection. I feel the same, he said simply. Though I probably couldn't articulate it as well. A smile touched her lips. You've always been more direct than diplomatic. One of my many character flaws, he agreed with an answering smile. I consider it a strength, actually, she countered. Then, with characteristic practicality, but this conversation should probably wait until after tomorrow's operation. We both need clear heads. Harry nodded, understanding the wisdom in her approach even as part of him wanted to press forward. You're right, as usual. But Amelia. He stood, meeting her eyes with quiet intensity. When this is over, the ministry operation, the Horcruxes, Voldemort, we will finish this conversation. It wasn't a question but a statement of intent. Yes, she agreed simply. We will. The ministry infiltration succeeded, but barely. Using Polyjuice Potion, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Susan entered disguised as minor officials. Amelia and Sirius remained outside as emergency backup, coordinating through enchanted communication devices the twins had developed. They located Umbridge presiding over Muggle-born trials, the Horcrux locket hanging prominently around her toad-like neck. The original plan called for a subtle switching spell to replace it with a duplicate, but everything went sideways when Harry, unable to stomach Umbridge's cruel interrogation of a young mother, cast a stunning spell that alerted security. Change of plans, Harry's voice came urgently through the communication device. Cover blown. Moving to extraction point B. Amelia and Sirius exchanged alarmed looks before springing into action, moving to secure the secondary escape route they'd established in case of emergency. The chaos that followed tested every contingency they'd prepared. Dementors swarmed as the alarm spread throughout the ministry. Harry managed to retrieve the locket from the unconscious Umbridge, but their escape route was cut off by security wizards. Trapped on level 9, Susan's voice reported tensely. Department of Mysteries corridor. Multiple hostiles. On our way, Amelia responded, already moving. She and Sirius used emergency aura access codes Kingsley had provided to enter through a maintenance entrance, bypassing the main security checkpoints. As they raced through the lower levels, Amelia felt the life bond with Harry pulse with warning, he was in immediate danger. They burst into the Department of Mysteries corridor to find a full battle underway. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Susan fought back-to-back against a dozen security wizards, their polyjuice disguises now failing as the potion wore off. There! Sirius shouted, pointing to where Harry deflected curses while simultaneously shielding Hermione, who had been injured. Amelia moved with practiced efficiency, her wand ablur as she cast shield charms and disabling hexes. The years she'd spent as head of magical law enforcement hadn't dulled her combat skills, if anything, the war had sharpened them. Amelia! Harry called, relief evident in his voice as he spotted her. We've got the locket. Then let's go, she replied, creating a corridor through the opposition with a powerful blasting charm that knocked several attackers unconscious without causing lethal damage. They fought their way to the maintenance access point, Sirius taking a cutting curse to the shoulder but remaining upright through sheer determination. Just as they reached the exit, a new threat appeared, Corban Yaxley himself, leading a contingent of Death Eaters no longer bothering with ministry disguises. Bones, he sneered, raising his wand. The Dark Lord will be pleased when I bring him your head. You're welcome to try, she replied coolly, stepping forward to meet his attack. The duel that followed demonstrated why Amelia had been considered one of the most formidable witches of her generation. She matched Yaxley's spell for spell, her defensive work flawless and her counters devastating. Harry moved to join her, but she shook her head sharply. Get the others out, she ordered. I'll follow. Not without you, he insisted, stepping to her side and immediately deflecting a curse Yaxley had sent toward her flank. Together, They pressed the Death Eater back, their spellwork complementing each other with a synchronicity that seemed almost choreographed. Through the life bond, Harry could anticipate Amelia's moves, covering her vulnerable points while she did the same for him. Impressive, Yaxley acknowledged grudgingly as he found himself defensive. The boy's grown up. You have no idea, Harry replied, fainting with a stunner before following with a powerful binding hex that finally breached Yaxley's shields, wrapping him in magical restraints. With their leader captured, the remaining Death Eaters hesitated just long enough for Sirius to trigger the emergency port keys they'd prepared. In a whirl of magic, the entire group disappeared from the Ministry, leaving behind confused security forces and one furious, bound Death Eater. They materialized in a forest clearing miles away, emergency medical supplies already prepared at the designated safe point. Hermione's injury required immediate attention, a dark cutting curse that resisted standard healing spells. I've got her, Susan said confidently, her training with Madame Pomfrey evident as she applied essence of dittany mixed with powdered silver to counter the dark magic. As the immediate crisis stabilized, Harry approached Amelia, who was securing the perimeter with additional protective enchantments. That was too close, he said quietly. She nodded, her expression grim. They were waiting for us. Someone knew we were coming. A trap? Not specifically for us, I think, she replied thoughtfully. More likely enhanced security around Umbridge because of the locket. Voldemort must suspect we're hunting Horcruxes by now. Harry removed the locket from his pocket, studying the ornate S inlaid with emeralds. Even through the protective enchantments they'd immediately placed around it, he could feel its malevolent aura. We need to destroy it quickly, he said. Before it can influence any of us. Basilisk venom worked on the diary, Amelia noted. But obtaining more would mean returning to Hogwarts, which is now under Death Eater control with Snape as headmaster. Fiendfire would work, Sirius suggested as he joined them, his shoulder now bandaged. But it's extraordinarily dangerous to control. What about the Sword of Gryffindor? Harry suggested. It absorbed basilisk venom when I killed the serpent in the chamber. According to Dumbledore, it takes in only that which makes it stronger. Amelia considered this. That could work. But last I heard, the sword was in Snape's office at Hogwarts. Then we need to retrieve it, Harry said simply. And I think I know how. Over the next few days, as they moved between safe houses to avoid detection, Harry outlined his plan. Using the life bond between himself and Amelia, they could attempt a remote summoning of the sword, calling it not to a place, but to a person. Godric Gryffindor created the sword to appear to worthy members of his house in times of need, Harry explained. We know it responded to me in the Chamber of Secrets. With our combined magical signature through the bond, we might be able to call it directly. It was theoretical magic at best, blending ancient summoning techniques with the unique properties of their life bond. But with conventional options exhausted and time running short, they decided to attempt it. On a crisp autumn evening, at a black family hunting lodge protected by generations of wards, they prepared the ritual. Harry and Amelia stood at the center of a carefully constructed magical circle, the Horcrux locket placed before them. Focus on the bond between us, Amelia instructed as they joined hands. Feel the connection and project it outward toward the sword. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the magical link he'd become increasingly aware of since his birthday. It manifested in his mind's eye as a golden thread extending from his core to Amelia's, a connection forged through years of trust and mutual protection. Together, they began the incantation, their voices blending in the ancient Latin phrases that framed their intent. The magic built slowly, raising the ambient temperature of the room and creating visible ripples in the air around them. Gladius Gryffindor, Veni ad dignum, they chanted in unison. Sword of Gryffindor, come to the worthy. The magic peaked, a pulse of power emanating from their joined hands and rippling outward beyond the walls of the lodge, beyond the protective wards, stretching across distance toward Hogwarts. For several tense moments, nothing happened. Then a flash of silver appeared in the air before them, solidifying into the ruby-hilted sword of Gryffindor. It hovered momentarily before dropping to the floor with a metallic clang that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence. It worked, Ron breathed from where he watched with the others at the edge of the ritual space. Harry released Amelia's hands, both of them momentarily drained from the magical exertion. He approached the sword cautiously, lifting it with reverence. "I can feel the basilisk venom still infused in the blade," he confirmed. "It should be able to destroy the Horcrux." Amelia nodded toward the locket. "Be careful. It may fight back when threatened." Harry placed the locket on a stone they'd prepared specifically for this purpose. "I think it needs to be opened," he said, studying the serpentine S more closely. "Parseltongue might work, like with the chamber entrance." He focused on the snake design, imagining it alive. "Open," he hissed in Parseltongue. The locket clicked open, and immediately a dark mist poured out, forming into twisted shapes, figures from their nightmares and deepest fears. It spoke in a high, cold voice that was unmistakably Voldemort's. "I have seen your heart, Harry Potter," it hissed. "And it is mine. I have seen your fears." The mist shifted, showing Harry dying alone, abandoned. Then it changed, turning toward Amelia. "And yours, Amelia Bones, last of your line. I have seen your secret desires." The mist formed new images, Amelia watching as everyone she protected died despite her efforts, just as her brother's family had years ago. Then, most cruelly, it showed Harry turning away from her in disgust, rejecting their connection. "Your feelings for him are pathetic," the Horcrux taunted. "A lonely spinster desperately clinging to." "Enough," Harry said firmly, raising the sword. He looked directly at Amelia, whose face remained composed despite the Horcrux's attacks. "It's lying. It's what they do." She nodded once, her eyes never leaving his. In that moment of connection, Harry felt their bond strengthen, pushing back against the Horcrux's influence. With a decisive strike, he brought the sword down on the locket. The Horcrux screamed as the blade pierced it, the dark magic within writhing and dissolving as the basilisk venom destroyed it. When it was over, all that remained was a damaged piece of jewelry and the lingering echo of the Horcrux's taunts. Harry set the sword aside and moved to where Amelia stood, still composed but with a slight tremor in her usually steady hands. "It tried to use us against each other," he said quietly. "Our connection. Voldemort has never understood the power of genuine bonds between people," she replied. "It's always been his weakness." Harry glanced back at the destroyed locket. 3 down. "We're making progress." "Yes," she agreed. "But he'll know now. He'll feel the destruction and move to protect the others. Then we need to move faster." The hunt for the remaining Horcruxes intensified over the following weeks. Through a combination of intelligence gathering, logical deduction, and occasional flashes of insight through Harry's now Horcrux-free connection to Voldemort, they identified the most likely candidates: Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts; Ravenclaw's diadem, concealed at Hogwarts; and Nagini, Voldemort's serpent companion. "He's getting nervous," Harry reported after a particularly vivid dream vision. "Checking on the Horcruxes, finding the locket gone. He's sending Nagini to Hogwarts to watch over the diadem. Then that's where we need to go," Sirius determined. 2 Horcruxes in one location. "And the most heavily defended location in Britain right now," Hermione pointed out. "With Snape as headmaster and Death Eaters as teachers. We still have allies inside," Harry reminded them. "Neville, Ginny, Luna, they've been leading the resistance within Hogwarts through Dumbledore's army. McGonagall and the other professors too. We'd need a distraction," Amelia mused. "Something big enough to divide the Death Eaters' attention. Or, Susan suggested, we give them exactly what they've been looking for. Harry Potter returning to Hogwarts." All eyes turned to her. "You know who wants Harry more than anything," she continued. "If word got out that Harry was heading to Hogwarts, he'd commit significant forces there." "Absolutely not," Sirius objected immediately. "We're not using Harry as bait. It's not about using him as bait, Susan clarified. It's about controlling the narrative. Right now, they're hunting us across the country. If we choose the battlefield instead, prepare it properly with our allies inside Hogwarts. We could set the terms of engagement, Amelia finished, her tactical mind already working through the possibilities. Hogwarts has defenses that could be activated against the Death Eaters if the right people were in position. It's still incredibly risky, Hermione cautioned. Harry, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally spoke. I think Susan's right, he said quietly. Not just about the tactical advantage, but about what happens if we don't take this initiative. Voldemort's getting desperate. He's taking out that desperation on Hogwarts students, on Muggleborns, on anyone he can reach. People are dying while we hunt Horcruxes from the shadows. He looked around at the group that had become his family through years of struggle. I'm not suggesting we charge in recklessly. We plan carefully, coordinate with our allies inside, set every advantage we can. But ultimately, this ends with a direct confrontation. It always has. His gaze settled on Amelia, whose expression was unreadable. What do you think? He asked directly. She was silent for a moment, weighing options with the thoroughness he'd always admired. I think, she said finally, that you're no longer the child I found at Privet Drive, nor the student I advised from a distance. You've become a leader in your own right, and your strategic instincts are sound. She nodded once, decisively. I support this approach, provided we plan extensively and leave nothing to chance that can be controlled. The validation from someone whose tactical judgment he respected so deeply settled something in Harry. Then let's plan, he said, turning to the group. We have work to do. The Battle of Hogwarts, as it would later be called, began with a whisper campaign. Strategic rumors placed Harry Potter heading to Hogwarts for a specific, unknown purpose. Coded messages reached Dumbledore's army inside the school, preparing them for the coming conflict. The remaining Order of the Phoenix mobilized all available members. Their actual infiltration occurred through the Room of Requirement, accessed via a hidden passage from the Hog's Head in that Aberforth Dumbledore revealed to them. They arrived to find the student resistance already prepared, having transformed the room into a command center and refuge for those opposing Snape's regime. Harry. Neville greeted them, his face scarred but his spirit clearly unbroken. We've been preparing since we got your message. The DA is ready. The reunion was brief but heartening. Students who had trained with Harry years earlier had become capable fighters in their own right, forced to grow up too quickly under Death Eater occupation. Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry explained once the initial greetings were complete. We believe it's hidden somewhere in the castle. Finding it is our priority. Luna might know, Ginny suggested. She's Ravenclaw, and she knows all the obscure house legends. While Luna was summoned, Harry and Amelia consulted with McGonagall and the other professors about the castle's defenses. We can activate the Stone Guardians, McGonagall confirmed. And strengthen the boundary wards, at least temporarily. But if he who must not be named comes in full force. He will, Harry said grimly. Once he realizes we're here for the diadem. Our goal is to find and destroy it before his forces can overwhelm the defenses. What about Snape? Professor Flitwick inquired. Leave Snape to me, McGonagall replied with uncharacteristic hardness. I have a particular debt to settle with our headmaster. As preparations continued, Luna arrived with crucial information about the diadem's appearance and likely location, the Room of Requirement itself, but in a different configuration than its current form as a resistance headquarters. It's where things are hidden, she explained in her dreamy voice. Centuries of lost objects. I glimpsed something matching the diadem's description there once while hiding from Filch. With this lead, they formed teams, one to secure the castle and prepare defenses, led by McGonagall and Sirius, one to evacuate younger students through the Hog's Head passage, led by Susan and Professor Sprout, and a smaller team to retrieve the diadem, consisting of Harry, Amelia, Ron, and Hermione. Be careful, Sirius told Harry gruffly as they prepared to separate. No heroics, just get the diadem and destroy it. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes, Harry confirmed. If we're not back by then. We will be, Amelia said firmly. They reconfigured the room of requirement as Luna had described, revealing an enormous cathedral-like space filled with generations of hidden items. The search seemed impossible until Hermione suggested a modified point-me spell attuned to detect dark magic similar to the locket's signature. The spell led them through towering piles of discarded objects to a tarnished tiara placed atop a chipped bust. Even before they got close, Harry could feel the same malevolent aura that had surrounded the locket. That's it, he confirmed, reaching for the sword of Gryffindor they'd brought specifically for this purpose. Just as his hand closed around the diadem, a familiar drawling voice called out, "Well, well. Potter and his friends, right on schedule." They turned to find Draco Malfoy blocking their path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. All three had their wands drawn, but Draco's expression held more fear than menace. "Malfoy," Harry acknowledged, straightening slowly with the diadem in hand. "You don't want to do this." "Don't tell me what I want, Potter," Draco replied, though his voice lacked conviction. "The Dark Lord will reward my family if I bring you to him." "Your family is beyond redemption in his eyes," Amelia stated coldly. "Lucius failed him too many times. You're sacrificing yourself for nothing, Mr. Malfoy." Uncertainty flickered across Draco's face, but Crabbe stepped forward aggressively. "Enough talk. Incendio." Flames erupted from his wand, but not ordinary fire. This blazed with unnatural intensity, quickly forming into chimeric shapes that pursued them with seeming intelligence. "Fiend fire!" Hermione cried in horror. "Run!" They sprinted through the towering aisles of hidden objects, the cursed fire consuming everything in its path with terrifying speed. Crabbe's spell had clearly escaped his control, becoming a raging inferno that threatened to trap them all. "This way!" Ron shouted, spotting a relatively clear path toward the exit. As they ran, Harry realized the diadem in his hand was vibrating violently, the fiend fire affecting it even from a distance. On impulse, he hurled it into the heart of the magical flames. There was a distant shriek as the Horcrux was consumed. "For down," he gasped as they continued running. They reached a dead end, the fire closing in from all sides. Draco and Goyle had somehow ended up running parallel to them, equally trapped, while Crabbe was nowhere to be seen, likely consumed by his own spell. "Brooms." Hermione pointed to a stack of ancient school brooms nearly buried under discarded textbooks. They grabbed the brooms, mounting quickly. Harry pulled Hermione on behind him while Ron did the same for Goyle, who was coughing violently from the smoke. "Malfoy!" Harry called, seeing Draco scrambling up a precarious pile of chairs to escape the flames licking at his feet. After a moment's hesitation, Amelia maneuvered her broom alongside the teetering tower. "Mr. Malfoy," she said firmly, extending her hand. "Now or never." Draco looked at her in shock, then at the approaching fire, before grabbing her offered hand and swinging onto the broom behind her. They flew toward the entrance, the fiend fire roaring behind them, consuming centuries of hidden treasures and one fragment of Voldemort's soul. They burst through the door seconds before the flames reached it, crashing to the floor of the corridor outside as the room of requirement sealed itself, containing the inferno within. That, Ron gasped, was too close. Before they could recover fully, the castle shook with a tremendous impact that sent dust raining from the ceiling. "They're here," Harry realized, climbing to his feet. "Voldemort's forces are attacking the boundary wards." Leaving Draco and Goyle where they lay, the four rushed to the nearest window. Outside, the night sky was alight with spellfire as hundreds of dark-robed figures assaulted the shimmering magical barrier surrounding Hogwarts. Behind them loomed giants, trolls, and other dark creatures recruited to Voldemort's cause. "We need to find Nagini," Harry said urgently. "She's the last Horcrux before Voldemort himself. He'll keep her close," Amelia reasoned as they ran toward the central staircase. "Especially now that he knows we're destroying the others." They rejoined the defensive effort in the Great Hall, where McGonagall was coordinating the castle's response. Stone Guardians marched into battle while professors reinforced the boundary wards that were already beginning to crack under the assault. "Neville!" Harry called, spotting his friend helping younger students to safety. "Have you seen Nagini? Voldemort's snake?" Neville shook his head. "No sign of you-know-who himself yet either." But Snape fled when the alarm was raised, headed toward the Shrieking Shack according to the Marauder's map. Harry and Amelia exchanged significant looks. Why would Snape go there instead of joining the attack? Harry wondered aloud. To report to Voldemort directly, Amelia suggested. If Voldemort is staying back from the main assault, then Nagini might be with him, Harry finished. We need to get to the Shrieking Shack. As they prepared to leave, another tremendous impact shook the castle, the boundary wards finally collapsing under the sustained assault. The sounds of battle intensified as Death Eaters began pouring onto the grounds, engaging the defenders directly. Go, McGonagall told them, her face grim but determined. Find the snake. We'll hold them as long as we can. The journey to the Shrieking Shack was a harrowing gauntlet through the midst of full-scale warfare. Curses flew in all directions as Order members, professors, and older students battled Death Eaters throughout the castle and grounds. They witnessed moments of both incredible bravery and devastating loss, Remus Lupin and Tonks fighting back-to-back against a group of Snatchers, Professor Sprout using deadly plants to entangle advancing giants, Fred and George Weasley deploying ingenious magical traps that claimed multiple Death Eaters. They reached the Whomping Willow, which guarded the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack, and immobilized it using the technique Sirius had taught them years earlier. The tunnel beyond was dark and claustrophobic, heightening their sense of approaching danger. Near the end of the tunnel, Harry suddenly clutched his forehead, dropping to one knee as a vision flashed through his mind, Voldemort in the shack, Snape kneeling before him, Nagini floating within a protective magical sphere. He's there, Harry whispered as the vision faded. With Snape and the snake. They crept forward until they could hear voices from the room above. Through cracks in the floorboards, they glimpsed Voldemort pacing while Snape stood rigidly before him. My lord, Snape was saying, the boy will come to you. There is no need to, the Elder Wand does not serve me properly, Severus, Voldemort interrupted, his high, cold voice sending chills through those listening below. It resists me because I am not its true master. My lord. Confusion and the first hints of fear colored Snape's voice. The wand belonged to Dumbledore. You killed Dumbledore. Therefore, the wand's allegiance passed to you. Voldemort's tone was almost conversational, which somehow made it more terrifying. While you live, Severus, the Elder Wand will never truly be mine. My lord, allow me to find Potter, it is too late for that, I think, Voldemort said softly. Nagini, kill. The enormous serpent struck with shocking speed, her fangs sinking into Snape's neck before he could defend himself. He collapsed, blood pouring from the wound as Voldemort and Nagini departed without a backward glance. When they were certain Voldemort was gone, Harry led the way into the room. Snape still lived, but barely, his black eyes finding Harry with desperate intensity. Take it. He gasped, silvery blue memories leaking from his eyes along with tears. Hermione quickly conjured a flask, and Harry collected the memories as instructed. As he worked, Snape gripped his arm with surprising strength. Look at me, he whispered. Harry met his gaze, and something passed between them, a recognition, perhaps, or a final message conveyed through dying eyes. You have your mother's eyes. Snape breathed, and then he was gone. The silence that followed was broken only by distant sounds of battle from the castle. We need to see those memories, Amelia said finally, her voice gentle but firm. They must be important. Dumbledore's office, Harry decided. The pensive. They made their way back through the tunnel and across the grounds, dodging curses and helping defenders where they could. The battle had intensified, casualties mounting on both sides. The castle itself seemed to be fighting, suits of armor engaging Death Eaters while staircases rearranged themselves to trap invaders. In the headmaster's office, now abandoned with Snape's death, they found the pensive waiting. Harry poured in Snape's memories, and together with Amelia, descended into the swirling silver liquid. What they witnessed changed everything. Snape's lifelong love for Lily Evans. His terrible mistake in reporting the prophecy to Voldemort. His turn to Dumbledore's cause out of remorse and love. Years of protecting Harry while maintaining his cover. And finally, the devastating truth Dumbledore had kept from everyone: Harry himself was an unintentional Horcrux, and he would need to die for Voldemort to be truly defeated. So that's why Dumbledore never removed the soul fragment, Amelia whispered as they watched Snape's outrage at learning Harry had been raised like a pig for slaughter. He knew all along you would have to die. The final memory showed Snape learning about the Elder Wand's path, from Dumbledore to Draco Malfoy, who had disarmed the headmaster before Snape killed him. The wand's allegiance had passed not to Snape but to Draco. When they emerged from the pensieve, Harry's face was set in grim determination. "I have to go to him," he said quietly. "Let him kill me." "No," Amelia replied immediately, gripping his shoulders. "There must be another way." Harry met her gaze steadily. "We already found another way," he reminded her. "On my birthday, at Godric's Hollow. We removed the Horcrux from my scar." Understanding dawned in Amelia's eyes. "The ritual, it worked completely. You're no longer a Horcrux." "But Voldemort doesn't know that," Harry continued, excitement building as the strategy formed. "He believes I still carry a piece of his soul. If I go to him, let him think he's killing me. He'd believe he'd destroyed another Horcrux," Amelia finished. "While actually accomplishing nothing except wasting a killing curse." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "And with Nagini still by his side, he'd feel confident, vulnerable." Ron and Hermione, who had been listening with increasing hope, immediately grasped the implications. "We can target Nagini while he's focused on you," Hermione said. "But how do we ensure you survive another killing curse?" Ron asked the obvious question. "Even if you're not a Horcrux anymore, it's still the bloody killing curse." Harry turned back to Amelia, a question in his eyes. "The life bond," she said softly. "It might provide protection, not complete immunity, but a tether to life." "Like my mother's sacrifice did," Harry agreed. "Not preventing the curse from hitting me, but preventing it from taking me completely." "It's still incredibly dangerous," Amelia cautioned, her professional assessment warring with personal concern. "There are too many variables, too much we don't know about how the bond would interact with Avada Kedavra." Harry took her hands in his, the gesture intimate despite their audience. "I trust you," he said simply. "I trust us. This bond has protected me since I was 5 years old. I believe it's strong enough for this." The moment hung between them, years of partnership culminating in this ultimate test of faith. Finally, Amelia nodded, squeezing his hands once before releasing them. "Then we need to prepare," she said, her tactical mind engaging. "Strengthen the bond before you face him, ensure the others are positioned to take out Nagini, and establish a clear extraction plan for after." As they began plotting the details, a new magical announcement echoed through the castle, Voldemort's high, cold voice offering a 1-hour ceasefire for the defenders to tend their wounded and for Harry Potter to surrender himself in the Forbidden Forest. "Perfect timing," Harry said grimly. The plan came together quickly. While the defenders used the ceasefire to regroup and tend the wounded, Harry and Amelia secluded themselves in an abandoned classroom to perform a ritual strengthening their life bond. "This is ancient magic," Amelia explained as she drew runic symbols around them. "Predating most modern spellwork. It deepens existing bonds rather than creating new ones." "Like what Dumbledore said my mother did," Harry noted. Amelia nodded. "Lily Potter enacted a similar protection through her sacrifice. We're attempting something related but different, reinforcing a connection that already spans most of your life." The ritual itself was simple but powerful. They stood within the runic circle, hands clasped, reciting words in an ancient Celtic language that seemed to resonate with the castle's own magic. As they spoke, the golden thread of their bond became visible between them, pulsing with shared power and intent. "No matter what happens," Harry said when they finished, "know that you changed everything for me. The day you found me at Privet Drive was the day my real life began." "And you changed everything for me," Amelia replied, her usual reserve softening. "You brought purpose back to a life that had become nothing but duty and vengeance." The unspoken feelings between them hung in the air, too significant to be rushed in these potentially final moments. "When this is over," Harry promised, echoing his words from days earlier, "we finish our conversation properly." "When this is over," Amelia agreed firmly. The final preparations moved swiftly. Neville was entrusted with killing Nagini using the Sword of Gryffindor if Harry and the others failed. Ron and Hermione would follow Harry under the invisibility cloak, positioning themselves to attack the snake when opportunity arose. Sirius and the Order members established a secondary defensive line in case Voldemort's forces breached the castle again. As the hour of ceasefire neared its end, Harry prepared to enter the forest. His friends gathered for brief, emotional goodbyes, none of them certain the plan would work, all of them aware this might be the last time they saw him alive. "Remember," Amelia told him privately before he left, "the bond works both ways now. Draw on my strength if you need it. I'll be with you every step." Harry nodded, touching the silver bracelet on his wrist that had connected them for 12 years. Then, with a final look at the castle that had been his first true home, he walked alone into the forbidden forest. The journey through the dark woods felt both eternal and instantaneous. Harry moved steadily toward where he knew Voldemort waited, guided by both magical intuition and the reports from allied centaurs who had observed the Death Eaters gathering place. In a clearing illuminated by magical fire, Voldemort stood surrounded by his followers. Nagini floated nearby in her protective sphere. As Harry stepped into view, a hush fell over the assembled Death Eaters. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said softly. "The boy who lived, come to die." Harry said nothing, standing tall with his wand lowered. He made no move to defend himself, giving Voldemort exactly what he expected, a sacrificial lamb fulfilling Dumbledore's final plan. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "Avada Kedavra." The green light struck Harry directly in the chest, throwing him backward as darkness claimed him. Harry opened his eyes to find himself in a misty, white version of King's Cross Station. The pain and fear of the forest had vanished, replaced by peaceful quiet. As he sat up, he noticed he wasn't alone. A figure approached through the mist, resolving into the familiar form of Albus Dumbledore. Harry, the former headmaster, greeted him warmly. "You brave, brave man." "Professor," Harry acknowledged, studying the old wizard with new perspective. "Am I dead?" "That, I think, is entirely up to you," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes twinkling. "You are at a crossroads, quite literally." Harry looked around, noticing for the first time that trains waited on either side of the platform. "I can choose to go on, or go back." "Precisely. Your connection to life remains intact, thanks in no small part to Amelia Bones's extraordinary intervention." Dumbledore's expression held genuine admiration. "A life bond of that strength is exceedingly rare, particularly one formed across such a significant age difference and maintained for so many years." "You knew about it," Harry realized. "You knew she was helping me all along." Dumbledore inclined his head. "I suspected from the beginning. Knew with certainty by your second year at Hogwarts. Amelia was never as subtle as she believed herself to be, at least not to those who knew her well. Why didn't you stop her? She was undoing your spells, your plans." "Because," Dumbledore said simply, "she was often right when I was wrong. My broader strategy remained sound, but my methods." He sighed deeply. "My methods were frequently flawed by arrogance and distance. Amelia provided what I could not: personal connection, practical protection, and most importantly, preparation without exploitation. Harry absorbed this surprising admission, recognizing the humility it represented from a wizard who had rarely admitted error in life. "The Horcrux in my scar," he said finally. "It's gone. Truly gone. Destroyed months ago," Dumbledore confirmed. "What Voldemort killed in the forest was nothing but an echo, the impression left on your magic after the original was extracted. His curse found no purchase in your soul because the fragment it sought had already been cleansed." Relief flooded through Harry. "Then he's vulnerable now. Just Nagini left." "Indeed. And I believe your friends are already addressing that particular problem." Dumbledore gestured to one of the waiting trains. "The choice remains yours, Harry. You have earned peace if you wish it. Your parents, Cedric, all those who have gone before, they would welcome you with open arms." Harry glanced toward the indicated train, momentarily tempted by the promise of reunion with those he'd lost. But his thoughts turned immediately to those still fighting, Ron and Hermione, Sirius, the Weasleys, the Order members risking everything. And Amelia, whose connection he could still feel even in this liminal space, a golden thread stretching back to the world of the living. "I need to go back," he said firmly. "There's too much left unfinished." Dumbledore smiled, genuine pride lighting his features. "I thought you might say that. One last piece of advice, from a flawed old man who learned too late the importance of personal connection: don't wait to tell those you love how you feel. I made that mistake repeatedly throughout my long life. You have the chance to do better." Harry nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind Dumbledore's words. "How do I go back?" "Simply choose to," Dumbledore replied, beginning to fade into the mist. "And Harry, I am sorry. For many things." "I know," Harry said quietly. Then, focusing on the golden thread of the life bond, he willed himself to follow it back to where Amelia and the others waited. Pain returned first, the hard forest floor beneath him, bruises from the fall, the lingering burn where the killing curse had struck. Then sound, confused murmurs from the Death Eaters, Voldemort's labored breathing as he recovered from the magical backlash of the failed curse. Finally, sight, though Harry kept his eyes nearly closed, feigning death while he assessed the situation. "My lord?" Bellatrix Lestrange's concerned voice. "My lord, are you hurt?" "I do not require assistance," Voldemort snapped, though his voice lacked its usual strength. "Someone check the boy. Confirm he is dead." Footsteps approached where Harry lay motionless. Through slitted eyes, he recognized Narcissa Malfoy kneeling beside him, her long blonde hair curtaining their faces as she bent close. "Is Draco alive?" she whispered, so quietly only Harry could hear. "Is my son in the castle?" "Yes," Harry breathed back, barely moving his lips. Narcissa's hand briefly squeezed his wrist, a silent acknowledgement, before she stood and turned to Voldemort. "Dead," she declared firmly. Triumph erupted among the Death Eaters. Voldemort himself let out a high, cold laugh that echoed through the forest. "Harry Potter is dead," he crowed. "The boy who lived is no more. Now we take Hogwarts and cleanse our world once and for all." Harry remained limp as Hagrid, sobbing uncontrollably, was forced to carry his apparently lifeless body back toward the castle. Through the gamekeeper's tears falling on his face, Harry could see Death Eaters parading triumphantly alongside them, celebrating what they believed was ultimate victory. As they approached the castle, Harry sensed more than saw the defenders gathered to witness what Voldemort intended as their final defeat. He felt Amelia's presence immediately, their strengthened bond vibrating with recognition and relief as she sensed his continued life force. "Behold your fallen hero," Voldemort announced to the defenders as Hagrid was made to lay Harry's body before them. "Harry Potter is dead. Your resistance is over. Bow to your new master and you may be spared." The silence that followed was deafening, grief and shock radiating from the gathered students and Order members. Then a single voice broke the stillness. "He beat you once when he was a baby," Neville Longbottom stepped forward, bloody but unbowed. He beat you again and again after that. Even in death, Harry Potter won because he showed us how to fight, how to stand up to tyrants like you. Ah, Neville Longbottom, Voldemort said with cruel amusement. The other child of the prophecy. Perhaps you would like to join our ranks instead. A pure blood of your lineage would be welcome, despite your unfortunate associations. I'll join you when hell freezes over, Neville replied steadily. Dumbledore's army, he shouted suddenly, pulling the sword of Gryffindor from beneath his robes. The signal triggered instant chaos. Centaurs burst from the forest, firing arrows into the Death Eater ranks. House elves emerged from the castle, led by Creature, wielding kitchen knives and cleavers. And from the sky, Thestrals and Hippogriffs descended, Buckbeak at their head, attacking Voldemort's giants. In the confusion, Harry rolled away from where he'd been placed, casting a disillusionment charm on himself as he moved toward the defender's line. He spotted Amelia immediately, her face composed but her eyes scanning constantly for him, trusting their bond's assurance that he lived. Neville, meanwhile, had used the distraction to leap forward, swinging the sword of Gryffindor in a perfect arc that severed Nagini's head from her body. The protective sphere around her shattered as the Horcrux was destroyed, and Voldemort's scream of rage cut through the battle noise. Now! Harry shouted, canceling his disillusionment and stepping into full view. The fighting stuttered to a momentary halt as both sides registered his apparent resurrection. Voldemort's serpentine face contorted with shock and fury. Potter, he hissed. How is this possible? You don't understand love, Tom, Harry replied, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. You never have. My mother's love protected me as a baby. And different kinds of love have protected me ever since. As he spoke, he moved to stand beside Amelia, their shoulders nearly touching. The connection between them was palpable, magic visibly shimmering where they stood closest. Bonds you cannot comprehend, Harry continued. Bonds you cannot break. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, darting between Harry and Amelia as understanding began to dawn. The bones which, he snarled. Always interfering, just like her brother before I had him killed. Amelia's expression remained impassive, but Harry felt a surge of protective rage through their bond. You've lost, Tom, Harry stated firmly. The Horcruxes are gone. All of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini. And the one you accidentally created in me 17 years ago, that one we removed months ago. For the first time, genuine fear flickered across Voldemort's inhuman features. Lies, he hissed, but uncertainty had crept into his voice. You're mortal again, Harry pressed his advantage. Just a man, as you've always feared being. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand, desperation making him reckless. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Harry countered simultaneously. The spells collided in midair with a cannon blast of golden fire. But unlike their confrontation in the graveyard 3 years earlier, the Elder Wand's loyalty didn't lie with Voldemort. As Harry had learned from Snape's memories, the wand had passed from Dumbledore to Draco, and then, during an encounter at Malfoy Manor months earlier that Harry had nearly forgotten, from Draco to Harry himself when he had disarmed the Slytherin. The Elder Wand recognized its true master. It flew from Voldemort's hand even as his own killing curse rebounded, striking him directly in the chest. The self-proclaimed Dark Lord fell backward, his body suddenly nothing more than the mortal shell of Tom Riddle, empty of the fractured soul that had animated it for so long. Silence fell across the battlefield as Death Eaters and Defenders alike witnessed Voldemort's final defeat. Then, with a collective cry of dismay, the remaining Dark Wizards began to flee, some operating despite the castle's weakened but still functioning anti-apparition wards, others simply running toward the boundaries of the grounds. Don't let them escape. Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice rang out, rallying the defenders to pursue and capture those who had committed so many atrocities. In the midst of this renewed action, Harry stood motionless, the Elder Wand in one hand and his original Phoenix Feather Wand in the other. The crushing weight of prophecy and destiny that had haunted him since learning the truth in Dumbledore's office after Sirius's rescue had finally lifted. It was Amelia who broke his trance, her hand gently touching his arm. "Harry? Are you all right?" He turned to her, seeing concern in her normally composed features. Without hesitation, heedless of the battle still winding down around them or the observers who might witness, he pulled her into a tight embrace. "It's over," he whispered against her hair. "It's finally over." Amelia's arms came around him, her usual public reserve forgotten as she held him just as tightly. "Yes," she agreed softly. "This part is over." When they finally separated, Harry found himself surrounded by his closest friends and allies, Ron and Hermione, bloodied but triumphant, Sirius, sporting a nasty gash across his forehead but grinning wildly, Susan, who had apparently led a contingent of Hufflepuffs in capturing several fleeing Death Eaters, Neville, still carrying the sword and looking stunned by his own courage, and the remaining Order members, gathering to witness the aftermath of victory. "What do we do now?" someone asked. Harry wasn't even sure who. He looked at Amelia, their shared glance communicating volumes. "Now," he said, addressing everyone, "we rebuild. Not just the castle, but everything. The ministry, the laws, the society that allowed Voldemort to rise twice." "That," Kingsley said as he joined the group, "sounds like a speech from our next Minister for Magic." Harry laughed, genuine amusement breaking through the exhaustion. "Not me. I'm 17, Kingsley. And I've had quite enough of being in charge of saving the world." "I wasn't referring to you, Harry," Kingsley replied with a smile, nodding toward Amelia. "Though your endorsement would carry significant weight." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "I left the ministry for good reasons, Kingsley. And those same reasons are why you should return, at the top, with the authority to enact real change." The conversation continued as they moved toward the damaged but still standing castle, discussing next steps, checking on wounded friends, beginning the long process of accounting for losses and victories. Through it all, Harry remained acutely aware of Amelia beside him, their shoulders occasionally brushing, their bond humming with shared relief and unnamed possibilities. It wasn't until much later, after the wounded had been tended, the dead respectfully covered, and the initial cleanup begun, that they found a moment alone. They stood on a partially destroyed balcony overlooking the grounds, dawn breaking over a battlefield that was finally still. "You died," Amelia said quietly, breaking the companionable silence. "I felt it happen, felt the bond stretch to its limit but not break." Harry nodded. "I had a choice. To go on or come back." "What made you choose to return?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral but her eyes revealing deeper curiosity. Harry turned to face her fully. "Many things. The fight wasn't finished. My friends were still in danger." He paused, gathering courage. "But mostly, it was this." He reached out, taking her hand and placing it over his heart, covering it with his own. "This connection. This bond. I followed it back to you." Amelia's breath caught, her composure slipping to reveal vulnerable hope. "Harry. I know there are complications," he continued quickly. "Our history, the age difference, what people might think or say. But I also know that what's between us is real and rare. Dumbledore himself told me so, in that in-between place." "You spoke with Albus?" she asked, momentarily distracted. "Among other things, he admitted you were right when he was wrong," Harry smiled slightly. "And he advised me not to wait to tell the people I love how I feel." The word hung between them, love, neither confirmed nor denied but present nonetheless. Amelia studied him for a long moment, her analytical mind visibly working through every consideration. Finally, she spoke with the direct honesty that had always characterized their relationship. "When I found you at Privet Drive, I was 31 and you were 5. My only intention was to protect an at-risk magical child," she began. "As you grew, I came to care for you deeply, first as a guardian, then as a mentor, eventually as family of a sort." She took a breath before continuing. The shift began, as I told you before, around your 15th birthday. I found myself increasingly aware of the young man you were becoming, not just the boy I had protected. By the time you turned 17 and the bond transformed, my feelings had already changed significantly. And now? Harry prompted gently when she paused. Now you stand before me as a fully grown adult who has just defeated the darkest wizard of our time, she replied with the ghost of a smile. An accomplished wizard in your own right. A leader others follow willingly. A man of remarkable compassion and integrity despite everything you've endured. She stepped closer, removing her hand from beneath his to gently touch his face. And I find myself feeling things I had long ago decided weren't meant for me. Things I'm still learning to name properly. I love you, Harry said simply, the words flowing naturally now that the moment had arrived. Not as a child loves a protector or a student loves a mentor. As a man loves a woman who sees him completely and values him anyway. Amelia's composure finally broke entirely, her eyes bright with emotion. And I love you, she replied, her voice steady despite the vulnerability of the admission. Though I spent years telling myself it was impossible, inappropriate, complicated beyond resolution. It is complicated, Harry acknowledged. But after everything we've faced, complicated doesn't seem like much of an obstacle. No, she agreed, a real smile spreading across her face. I suppose it doesn't. The kiss that followed was gentle at first, tentative exploration of something new despite years of connection. But as Harry's arms encircled her waist and Amelia's hands moved to frame his face, it deepened into something that acknowledged the depth of feeling that had been building between them for longer than either had been willing to admit. When they finally parted, slightly breathless, the golden thread of their bond was visible even without the ritual enhancements, pulsing with shared magic, shared purpose, and now, shared love. What happens next? Harry asked, not releasing her from his embrace. Amelia's practical nature reasserted itself, though tempered by the new warmth in her eyes. Rebuilding, as you said. The Ministry, Hogwarts, Wizarding Society itself. And us, figuring out what this means day by day. Together, Harry said, not a question but a confirmation. Together, she agreed. As equals. Epilogue, 5 years later the Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled to capacity, students and faculty joined by ministry officials and special guests for the dedication of the final memorial commemorating the Battle of Hogwarts. The magnificent stained glass window depicted not just the battle itself but the rebuilding that had followed, magical creatures and wizards working side by side, houses united, the words, unity through diversity, emblazoned beneath. Minister for Magic Amelia Bones stood at the podium, her formal robes of office set off by the simple silver bracelet still visible on her wrist. At 22, Harry Potter sat in the front row beside his godfather Sirius Black, now head of the Reformed Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Hermione Granger Weasley, recently appointed as the youngest ever head of the Department for the Regulation and Protection of Magical Beings, the renamed and completely restructured Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. 5 years ago, these halls witnessed both terrible darkness and extraordinary light, Amelia began, her clear voice carrying throughout the hall. We lost friends, family, mentors, and students. But we also discovered strength we didn't know we possessed, forged alliances that transcended traditional boundaries, and ultimately prevailed not just through magical power but through the power of choice and sacrifice. Harry watched her with undisguised admiration. Their relationship had developed gradually in the public eye, initial shock and gossip giving way to acceptance as people witnessed the genuine partnership between them. They had married 2 years earlier in a ceremony that blended magical traditions from multiple cultures, reflecting the more inclusive society they were helping to build. The reforms we've enacted since that day, educational equality, creature rights, integration of Muggle-born perspectives, protection for magical children in all home environments, these are not simply policy changes, Amelia continued. They are the foundation of a wizarding world that refuses to repeat the mistakes that allowed darkness to rise twice in 1 century. She gestured to the window, sunlight streaming through its colored panels to cast rainbow patterns across the hall. This memorial reminds us not only of what was lost, but what was gained. Not only who fought, but what they fought for. A world where no child suffers for the circumstances of their birth. Where power comes with responsibility rather than privilege. Where difference is celebrated rather than feared. Her eyes found Harry's, that private connection still evident despite the public setting. And perhaps most importantly, a world where love in all its forms is recognized as the most powerful magic of all. As the applause filled the great hall, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them here. From a small, frightened boy in a cupboard to the man he was now, head of special magical education at Hogwarts, developing programs for magical children from disadvantaged backgrounds. From Amelia's secret protection to their public partnership in rebuilding the wizarding world. From isolation to family, having recently welcomed Susan's first child as godparents and discussing starting their own family soon. The road hadn't always been smooth. There had been resistance to many of their reforms, prejudices that ran too deep to eradicate quickly, personal adjustments as they learned to balance public duties with private life. But through it all, the bond that had begun with a bracelet given to a 5-year-old boy had strengthened and evolved, anchoring them through challenges and celebrations alike. As Amelia concluded her speech and stepped down from the podium to join him, Harry took her hand, the simple gesture communicating what words often couldn't: gratitude for the past, joy in the present, hope for the future. Ready for the next chapter? She asked quietly as they prepared to greet the gathered dignitaries. Harry smiled, thinking of all they had already accomplished and all that still lay ahead. With you. Always. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.